Today, I've prepared the biography of Steve Jobs. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your soft pillows and pull your blankets close, let's drift into the remarkable life journey of Steve Jobs, a man whose vision changed our world. His story begins in humble origins and flows through valleys of challenge and mountains of innovation. Let his tale of creativity and perseverance gently carry you toward peaceful dreams. The soft glow of imagination that guided his life will now guide you into restful slumber. So close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let's begin our soothing exploration of the life of Steve Jobs. In the quiet neighborhoods of San Francisco during the mid-1950s, a story began that would eventually reshape our modern world. It was February 24, 1955, when Stephen Paul Jobs entered this world, born to two young graduate students, Joanne Skeeble and Abdel Fattah John Jandali. The soft, golden California sunlight of that era touched upon a time of significant change in America. A post-war period when possibilities seemed endless and the future stretched out like an open road. Little Stephen, however, would not be raised by his biological parents. In those gentle days of early spring, a decision was made that would set the course of his life. Joanne and Abdel Fattah, not yet married and facing the social pressures of their time, chose to place their newborn son for adoption. They had one important wish for their child: that he would be adopted by college graduates, ensuring he would one day attend college himself. Imagine the warm living room of Paul and Clara Jobs, a kind-hearted couple who had been waiting patiently to welcome a child into their lives. Paul worked as a machinist, his hands skilled and patient, while Clara worked as an accountant. Neither had completed college, and so initially, the adoption plan faced a gentle hurdle. But sometimes, life finds its way through unexpected turns. The arrangement proceeded with a promise. The Jobs would make sure their adopted son would receive a college education, and so, in the soft embrace of this middle-class family, Steve Jobs began his childhood journey. The Jobs family lived in a modest home on Crist Drive in Los Altos, California, a neighborhood of single-story ranch-style houses that had sprung up amid the formerly endless orchards of the Santa Clara Valley. This valley, with its rich soil and temperate climate, would later transform into what we now know as Silicon Valley, as if the land itself somehow knew the role this child would play in its future. Paul Jobs, with his methodical mind and careful hands, shared his workshop with young Steve. Picture the quiet afternoons in that garage, the soft golden light filtering through dust particles as father and son bent over workbenches. Paul taught Steve how to take apart and reconstruct electronics, a hobby that planted the seeds of curiosity about how things worked. You look at the back of something and you know exactly how it works. Paul would say in his calm, measured voice, these patient lessons instilled in Steve not just technical knowledge, but a deep appreciation for craftsmanship. The understanding that even the parts unseen should be beautiful and well-made. Clara, with her gentle presence, nurtured Steve's early education. She taught him to read before he went to kindergarten, setting him on a path of intellectual curiosity that would follow him throughout his life. Imagine little Steve sitting at the kitchen table, the afternoon sun creating patterns on the wooden surface as he formed his first words under his mother's watchful eye. The neighborhood where Steve grew up was filled with engineers and technical minds working for the emerging technology companies of the region. These were the days when Hewlett-Packard was expanding, and many of Steve's neighbors worked there, bringing home stories of innovation and possibility. The air itself seemed charged with the promise of technological revolution, though it arrived in whispers rather than announcements. School presented both challenges and opportunities for young Steve. At Cupertino's Monte Loma Elementary School, he quickly revealed himself to be a bright, but sometimes difficult child. His intelligence often led to boredom with traditional teaching methods, and his teachers remembered him as a boy who required special handling. One teacher in particular, Mrs. Hill, recognized something special in Steve. Picture a classroom bathed in afternoon light, children at their desks, and Mrs. Hill gently encouraging an energetic boy with bright, curious eyes. She understood his restless mind needed more stimulation, and she found ways to engage him. Using little bribes and special projects, she kindled his interest in learning. Under her guidance, Steve completed 4th grade math workbooks in just 2 weeks and moved quickly to 5th and 6th grade level work. The Jobs household was one where learning was valued, though in a quiet, unpretentious way. Books lined shelves, and discussions over dinner often centered around what Paul was building or what Steve had learned. Clara's gentle influence ensured the home remained a place of warmth and stability, even as Steve's quick mind and sometimes challenging temperament tested boundaries. As the seasons turned and childhood drifted toward adolescence, Steve's interests expanded beyond the electronics in his father's garage. He developed a love for music, particularly the layered complexities of Bach and Dylan. Imagine a teenage Steve lying on his bedroom floor, eyes closed, listening to the intricate patterns of a Bach concerto, the notes flowing around him like a mathematical equation made audible. The counterculture movement of the 1960s was beginning to sweep through California, bringing with it new ideas about creativity, spirituality, and the questioning of established norms. Though still young, Steve absorbed these influences like the dry soil of the valley, absorbed the occasional rain deeply and completely. In the gentle transition to his teenage years, Steve began to develop a sense of himself as somewhat separate from his parents and their world. He came to learn about his adoption, though this knowledge came softly, without trauma. Clara and Paul had always been open about it, explaining to him as early as he could understand that they had specifically chosen him. "You are special," Clara would tell him. This framing helped Steve develop a sense of being chosen rather than abandoned. Though questions about his origins would occasionally surface in quiet moments, the neighborhood continued to shape him in subtle ways. The Santa Clara Valley was transforming during these years, the orchards gradually giving way to the first technology companies. After school, Steve would sometimes wander through the neighborhoods, past the building sites where new companies were establishing themselves among the remaining walnut and apricot trees. The contrast between the natural world and the emerging technological one created a unique environment that would later influence his aesthetic sensibilities. As he entered Homestead High School, Steve's intellectual curiosity continued to flourish, though his relationship with formal education remained complicated. He found himself drawn to electronics and literature equally, an unusual combination that reflected his developing understanding that technology and humanities were not separate realms, but complementary ways of understanding the world. This meeting, occurring in the quiet suburbs of Los Altos, would eventually change the course of technological history. Was 5 years older than Steve, was already an accomplished electronics engineer with a gentle, playful approach to technology. Imagine them together in Waz's garage, the afternoon light fading as they bent over circuit boards, the quiet broken only by the occasional exclamation when something worked, or the thoughtful silence when it didn't. Despite their age difference, they formed a friendship based on their shared love of electronics and playful pranks. Waz's technical brilliance complemented Steve's growing vision and determination. The late 1960s and early 1970s brought cultural changes that swept through even the quiet suburbs where Steve lived. The Vietnam War, the environmental movement, and a general questioning of authority became part of the backdrop of his adolescence. Steve, with his naturally questioning mind, absorbed these influences, letting them shape his developing worldview. Music continued to be important to him, with the Beatles becoming a particular favorite. Their evolution from a pop group to musical innovators paralleled his own growing understanding that creativity could be transformative. He would later reflect that their model of business, 4 guys who kept each other's excesses in check while producing something greater than they could individually, influenced his understanding of how creative organizations should work. As high school progressed, Steve's interests expanded to include Eastern philosophy and spirituality. He began exploring meditation and different ways of understanding consciousness. These weren't passing teenage interests, but the beginning of a lifelong engagement with questions about purpose, design, and the nature of reality. The calm certainty that would later characterize his product presentations had its roots in these early spiritual explorations. After graduating from Homestead High in 1972, Steve enrolled at Reed College in Portland, Oregon, fulfilling his adoptive parents' promise. Reed, with its beautiful campus and intellectual atmosphere, seemed like the perfect place for him. However, the structured environment and required classes didn't align with his self-directed learning style. After just one semester, he made the difficult decision to drop out, though he continued to audit classes that interested him. One such class was calligraphy, taught by a former Trappist monk named Robert Palladino. In the quiet classroom, with soft light filtering through tall windows, Steve learned about serif and sans serif typefaces, about the proper amount of space between different letter combinations, about what makes great typography great. It seemed to have no practical application to his life at the time. But a decade later, when designing the first Macintosh computer, this knowledge would return to him, leading to the first computer with beautiful typography. During this period, Steve lived simply, sleeping on friends' floors, returning bottles for the 5-cent deposits to buy food, and walking 7 miles across town every Sunday night to get one good meal a week at the Hare Krishna Temple. There's a gentle poignancy in imagining the future billionaire walking those miles in his worn shoes, drawn by both hunger and a search for meaning. After dropping out of Reed, Steve returned to California in 1974 and began working at Atari, the pioneering video game company. The atmosphere there was creative but intense, and Steve's sometimes abrasive personality and personal habits. He rarely bathed during this period, believing his vegetarian diet eliminated the need created challenges. Nevertheless, his intelligence and determination were recognized, and he was assigned to work on the game Breakout. In 1974, Steve made a pivotal journey to India with his friend Daniel Koch, seeking spiritual enlightenment. Picture them traveling through the dusty roads and crowded markets. The colors and sounds so different from the quiet suburbs where Steve had grown up. He returned with a shaved head, wearing traditional Indian clothing, and with a deeper commitment to his spiritual practices. Though the external trappings would eventually fade, the influence of Eastern philosophy on his thinking remained. Upon his return to California, Steve reconnected with Woz, who was still working on electronic projects in his spare time. Woz had begun attending meetings of the Homebrew Computer Club, a group of computer enthusiasts who gathered to share ideas about the emerging personal computer technology. Steve began accompanying him to these meetings, held in a garage at the Stanford Linear Accelerator Center. Imagine the scene: a group of passionate hobbyists sitting on folding chairs in a garage, sharing their latest creations and ideas. The evening air cool after the warm California day. It was in this humble setting that the personal computer revolution was taking shape. boardrooms. But among enthusiasts driven by curiosity and passion, Woz, inspired by what he saw at these meetings, began working on his own computer design. Steve, recognizing the potential of what Woz was creating, suggested they form a company to sell it. And so, in the gentle spring of 1976, in the Jobs family garage on Crist Drive, Apple Computer was born. The early days of Apple were characterized by long hours of work, interspersed with moments of discovery and creativity. Steve and Woz complemented each other perfectly. Woz, the brilliant engineer who created for the joy of creation, and Steve, the visionary, who saw how these creations could change the world. Together, they began building the Apple I computer, with Steve handling the business aspects and Woz focusing on the technical design. The garage where it all began was not the high-tech facility one might imagine, but a simple space filled with components, tools, and the energy of young people believing they could make something significant. The California light would fade as they worked into the evening, the quiet broken only by the sound of their voices discussing possibilities, and the occasional visit from Steve's sister Patty, bringing sandwiches or offering encouragement as Apple began to grow from these humble beginnings. Steve's early experiences, his adoption, his father's lessons about craftsmanship, his exploration of Eastern philosophy, his calligraphy classes, all began to converge into the unique perspective that would eventually make him one of the most influential figures in technology and design. The story of Steve Jobs' early years is not just about the formation of a business leader or a technology pioneer, but about the shaping of a unique perspective that combined technical understanding with artistic sensibility, intense focus with spiritual exploration, and a deep appreciation for simplicity with an ability to envision complex possibilities like the orchards that once covered the Santa Clara Valley, giving way to the innovation of Silicon Valley. Steve's early experiences planted seeds that would later bloom in unexpected and world-changing ways. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle light of a California winter, on February 24, 1955, a baby boy was born in San Francisco to two graduate students who weren't quite ready for parenthood. This child, who would one day transform the technological landscape of our world, began life as the son of Joanne Skeeble and Abdel Fattah John Jandali. The young couple, unmarried and facing the social pressures of their time, made the difficult decision to place their newborn son for adoption. And so began the story of Stephen Paul Jobs, a story woven from threads of multiple heritages, chosen family, and the unique cultural tapestry of mid-century America. The baby was adopted by Paul and Clara Jobs, a kind-hearted couple who had long wished for a child to complete their family. Paul, a machinist who had never graduated from high school, and Clara, who worked as an accountant, promised the biological mother that they would send the child to college someday. They named him Stephen Paul Jobs and moved to the quiet suburb of Mountain View, California, where orchards still outnumbered office buildings and the scent of apricot blossoms filled the spring air. Paul Jobs was a careful, methodical man who had grown up during the Great Depression. He had developed a deep appreciation for craftsmanship and the value of doing things properly. In his gentle way, he passed these values on to his son. On weekends, Paul would take young Steve into the garage, where together they would repair appliances or build small projects. The garage was a place of learning, a sanctuary where father and son bonded over the careful placement of tools, the patient sanding of wood, and the satisfaction of bringing broken things back to life. Clara Jobs, warm and nurturing, filled their modest home with love and encouragement. She had grown up in a family of Armenian immigrants, and though Steve wasn't of Armenian descent by blood, he absorbed the cultural influences that surrounded him, the importance of education, the value of persistence, and the rich food traditions that Clara brought to their family table. On quiet evenings, she would sometimes tell stories of her parents' journey to America, tales of courage and hope that subtly shaped Steve's understanding of what it meant to pursue a dream against all odds. As Steve grew older, he learned more about his biological heritage. His birth father, Abdel Fattah Jandali, had been born into a traditional Muslim family in Homs, Syria. Jandali's family was well respected and relatively wealthy, with his father being a self-made millionaire who owned multiple properties, including oil refineries in Syria. This Middle Eastern heritage, though not a direct influence in Steve's upbringing, would later become a point of interest for him as he explored his identity and roots. His biological mother, Joanne Skeebel, came from a Catholic family of Swiss and German descent. Her father, Arthur Skeebel, was a strict man who had disapproved of her relationship with Jandali, which had been one factor in the decision to place Steve for adoption. The blend of Syrian, Swiss, and German ancestry gave Steve a genetic heritage that spanned continents and cultures. Though it was the values and traditions of his adoptive family that most directly shaped his early worldview. In the Jobs household, dinner was a time for conversation and connection. Clara would prepare simple, nourishing meals, often with vegetables from their small garden. Paul might share stories from his day at work, describing mechanical problems he had solved or interesting people he had met. Young Steve, always curious, would ask questions about how things worked or why things were the way they were. These quiet family dinners, bathed in the warm glow of California evenings, established patterns of thought and relationship that would remain with Steve throughout his life. As the seasons gently turned, Steve grew into a thoughtful, intense child with an insatiable curiosity. The neighborhood where the Jobs family lived was becoming a center for engineering and early computing. Many of their neighbors worked for Hewlett-Packard or other technology companies that were beginning to define what would later be known as Silicon Valley. The air seemed charged with possibility, and young Steve absorbed this spirit of innovation almost by osmosis. When Steve was about 10 years old, the family moved to Los Altos, another quiet suburb nestled against the Santa Cruz Mountains. Their new home on Crist Drive had a slightly larger garage, which would later become famous as the birthplace of Apple Computer. But at the time, it was simply another space where Paul could teach his son about tools and craftsmanship, where patience and attention to detail were valued above speed or flashiness. The neighborhood in Los Altos was filled with engineers and thinkers. On warm summer evenings, families would gather for barbecues, and conversations would drift from weekend plans to the latest technological developments. Children played on front lawns, while adults discussed microchips and circuit boards. For Steve, these casual neighborhood gatherings were an education in themselves, exposing him to ideas and possibilities that would later influence his own vision of what technology could become. As a teenager, Steve began to explore beyond the immediate influences of his family. He became interested in Eastern philosophy and spirituality, drawn to the concepts of intuition, simplicity, and mindfulness that he found in Buddhist texts. This interest would later manifest in his travels to India, his practice of meditation, and his lifelong appreciation for Zen aesthetics. The seeds of these interests were planted in the counterculture of the late 1960s and early 1970s, when many young people were questioning conventional wisdom and seeking alternative paths to meaning and fulfillment. While Steve's adoptive parents had kept their promise to provide him with a college education, enrolling him at Reed College in Oregon, his time there was brief. After just one semester, he dropped out of formal classes, but continued to audit courses that interested him, including a class on calligraphy that would later influence his understanding of typography and design. This period of his life was characterized by exploration and seeking, sleeping on friends' floors, returning empty Coke bottles for the deposits to buy food, and walking 7 miles across town every Sunday night to get a good meal at the Hare Krishna Temple. Throughout these wandering years, Steve maintained connections with his family. He would return home for holidays and family celebrations, bringing with him new ideas and perspectives. Clara would prepare his favorite dishes, and Paul would listen patiently to his son's evolving thoughts about technology and design. The foundation they had provided of love, craftsmanship, and curiosity remained solid even as Steve ventured into new territories of thought and experience. When Steve was in his early 20s, he learned more about his adoption and began to develop a relationship with his biological sister, Mona Simpson, whom he hadn't known existed. Mona, a novelist, shared Steve's creative spirit and intense focus. Their connection added another layer to Steve's understanding of family and heritage. Through Mona, Steve gained insights into his biological parents and the circumstances of his birth, filling in pieces of his personal history that had previously been unknown to him. As Apple Computer began to grow from its humble beginnings in the Jobs family garage, Steve drew upon all these influences: his father's lessons about craftsmanship, his mother's nurturing presence, his explorations of Eastern philosophy, his sister's creative spirit, and the innovative atmosphere of his childhood neighborhood. The garage where it all began was not the high-tech facility one might imagine, but a simple space filled with components, tools, and the energy of young people believing they could make something significant. The California light would fade as they worked into the evening, the quiet broken only by the sound of their voices discussing possibilities, and the occasional visit from Steve's sister Patty, bringing sandwiches or offering encouragement. Steve's approach to design and technology reflected the diverse strands of his heritage and experience. From his father, he learned the importance of quality and attention to detail. From his mother, he absorbed the value of kindness and the power of believing in someone's potential. His exploration of Buddhism influenced his aesthetic sensibility and his appreciation for simplicity. His brief study of calligraphy gave him an eye for typography and the beauty of well-formed letters. All these elements came together in his work, creating products that were not merely functional, but beautiful. Not just tools, but expressions of a particular vision of what technology could be. As the years passed, and Apple grew from a startup in a garage to one of the world's most influential companies, Steve remained connected to his roots. He maintained a relatively modest lifestyle compared to his wealth, living in a house that, while certainly comfortable, was not ostentatious. He married Lauren Powell in a simple ceremony performed by a Zen Buddhist monk, and together they raised a family that blended Steve's appreciation for technology with Lauren's interest in education and social justice. Steve and Lauren's children grew up with an awareness of both their father's public persona and the more private, family-oriented man who read bedtime stories and took walks in the neighborhood. Like many parents, Steve and Lauren worked to create family traditions that would give their children a sense of stability and belonging. They celebrated holidays with a blend of conventional American customs and elements drawn from various spiritual traditions that Steve had explored throughout his life. In the quiet moments between his very public achievements and setbacks, Steve would sometimes reflect on the twisting path that had led from his birth to 2 young graduate students, through his adoption by Paul and Clara, to his position as a leader in technology and design. He recognized the role that chance had played in his life, the chance that brought him to his adoptive parents, the chance encounters that led to partnerships and innovations, the chance discoveries that opened new possibilities. But he also recognized the role of choice. His parents' choice to adopt him and provide him with a loving home. His own choices to follow his curiosity and intuition. The choices that all of us make as we shape our lives from the materials that circumstance provides. In this recognition of both chance and choice, Steve found a perspective that was neither entirely Eastern nor entirely Western, neither completely deterministic nor absolutely free, but a middle path that acknowledged both the patterns that shape us and our ability to work within, and sometimes transcend those patterns. As evening settles and our story of Steve Jobs' family history draws to a close, we can see how the diverse strands of heritage, experience, and choice wove together to create a life that was uniquely his own. From the Syrian heritage of his biological father to the Swiss-German background of his biological mother, from the careful craftsmanship of his adoptive father to the nurturing presence of his adoptive mother, from the counterculture of the 1970s to the technological revolution that followed. All these elements and more came together in the person of Stephen Paul Jobs, a man whose vision would help shape our collective future. And now, as the narrative gently fades, like the California light that once illuminated a garage where dreams were being born, perhaps we too can drift into dreams, carrying with us the understanding that our own lives, like Steve's, are tapestries woven from many threads, some chosen, some given, all contributing to the unique patterns that make us who we are. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the gentle sunlight of the California suburbs, young Stephen Paul Jobs grew up in a world that would shape his extraordinary future in ways no one could have imagined. The neighborhood of Los Altos, where he spent his formative years, was a place of quiet streets lined with modest single-story homes, their front lawns neatly trimmed, their driveways occupied by family sedans and station wagons. The air carried the sweet scent of apple blossoms in spring, the warm, dusty fragrance of summer, and the crisp clarity of autumn as the seasons passed in their eternal rhythm. The Jobs family home at 2066 Crist Drive was a ranch-style house, neither grand nor pretentious, but comfortable and well-maintained. Paul Jobs, Steve's adoptive father, had created a special workspace in the garage, a place where tools hung in perfect order on pegboards, where the mingled aromas of wood shavings, metal filings, and motor oil created an olfactory symphony that would forever remind Steve of creation and possibility. This garage would later take on almost mythic significance in the story of technological innovation. But in those early days, it was simply a place where a father taught his son how to use his hands, how to appreciate craftsmanship, how to build things that would last. Inside the home, Clara Jobs maintained an atmosphere of calm orderliness. The kitchen, often filled with the comforting aromas of home cooking. Perhaps a roast in the oven, vegetables simmering on the stove, or cookies baking to golden perfection. The dining table was a place for family meals, for conversations about the day's events, for homework to be completed under watchful parental eyes. The living room featured a television set, that magical window into wider worlds that was becoming the centerpiece of American family life in the 1950s and early 1960s, gathering the family together in the blue glow of evening entertainment. Steve's bedroom was a boy's sanctuary, perhaps decorated with model airplanes hanging from the ceiling, shelves lined with books that fed his curious mind, a desk where he could tinker with electronics as his interest in technology began to blossom. The walls may have held posters of his heroes or interests, scientists, musicians, or the space program that captured the imagination of his generation. Through his window, he could gaze at the night sky, pondering the same stars that humans had wondered about for millennia, now being reached by the rockets of NASA. The neighborhood itself was a tapestry of middle-class American life during a time of prosperity and optimism. Children rode bicycles freely along the sidewalks and streets, their laughter carrying on the breeze. Sprinklers created rainbow mists on lawns during hot summer days. The sound of lawn mowers on weekend mornings formed a suburban symphony, along with the distant bark of dogs, the calls of playing children, and the occasional passing car. The rhythm of daily life followed patterns both comforting and predictable. Mornings brought the rustle of newspaper deliveries, the aroma of brewing coffee, the sounds of a household awakening to a new day. Fathers departed for work, briefcases in hand. School buses collected children in their bright yellow embrace. Mothers might chat over backyard fences, sharing news and recipes, and the small talk that builds community. Afternoons saw children returning from school, screen doors slamming, snacks being prepared, homework being reluctantly addressed. In this seemingly ordinary setting, young Steve was absorbing extraordinary lessons from Paul Jobs. He learned precision, attention to detail, and the importance of doing things right, even the parts that no one would see. Paul's craftsmanship ethic would later manifest in Steve's insistence on the beauty of circuit boards hidden inside computers, on the elegant internal architecture of products that would never be opened by their users. The garage workshop was a place of apprenticeship, where hands learned the joy of creation, where mind met matter in the alchemy of making. From Clara, Steve absorbed warmth, encouragement, and the quiet strength that would help him weather future storms. Her belief in his special gifts nurtured the confidence that would later appear as his famous reality distortion field, that almost magical ability to convince himself and others that the impossible was achievable. The natural environment of Northern California provided its own subtle influence. The mild climate allowed for year-round outdoor exploration. The nearby presence of orchards, the fruit trees that gave Silicon Valley its earlier identity as the Valley of Heart's Delight, created landscapes of seasonal beauty, from spring blossoms to summer abundance to autumn harvest. The distant mountains offered a reminder of nature's grandeur, of horizons beyond the suburban present, of possibilities waiting to be discovered. As Steve grew older, his world expanded beyond the immediate neighborhood. The schools he attended became places of both frustration and discovery. Often bored by traditional teaching methods, he nevertheless found teachers who recognized his unusual intelligence and helped channel it productively. The classroom windows framed views of playgrounds where the complex social dynamics of childhood unfolded. Friendships formed and tested, hierarchies established and challenged. The first lessons in human interaction, learned through trial and error. The wider community offered its own educational opportunities. The local library, with its hushed atmosphere and seemingly endless shelves of books, became a sanctuary for his curious mind. Each volume was a doorway to new worlds, new ideas, new possibilities. The librarians, guardians of this temple of knowledge, might have smiled at the intensity of the boy who sought books beyond his years, who asked questions that revealed a hunger for understanding that set him apart. As the 1960s progressed, the cultural landscape around young Steve began to shift. The counterculture that would so profoundly influence his later worldview was beginning to make itself felt even in suburban communities. New music filled the airwaves: the Beatles, Bob Dylan, the Rolling Stones, bringing messages of change, of questioning authority, of seeing the world through fresh eyes. Television brought images of protest, of war, of social transformation directly into living rooms. The Apollo program reached for the moon, expanding humanity's sense of what was possible through technology and determination. The Silicon Valley that would later become synonymous with technological innovation was, during Steve's childhood, still in its early stages of transformation. From agricultural paradise to electronics hub, companies like Hewlett-Packard were establishing themselves, creating an ecosystem of engineering talent and entrepreneurial spirit that would eventually revolutionize the world. The orchards were gradually giving way to industrial parks and research facilities, a metamorphosis that mirrored the changing American economy. In this transitional landscape, young Steve was absorbing influences that would later merge in unexpected ways. The precision craftsmanship of his father's woodworking, the emerging electronics industry with its promise of new tools and capabilities, the counterculture's emphasis on creativity, intuition, and questioning established ways of thinking, the beauty of California's natural environment, the optimism of a society that believed technology could solve problems and create a better future. As evenings settled over the Jobs household, Family routines created a sense of security and belonging. Perhaps dinner was served as Paul recounted stories from his workday. Maybe homework was completed at the kitchen table under Clara's watchful eye. The television might have gathered them together for favorite programs, the blue light flickering across their faces in the darkened living room. Bedtime brought the rituals of childhood. A story read aloud, prayers perhaps, the tucking in of blankets, the gentle closing of a door, leaving just enough light from the hallway to keep night fears at bay. Outside, the neighborhood would gradually quiet. Porch lights came on like earthbound stars. Windows glowed amber with family life inside. The occasional car passed with a soft swish of tires on asphalt. Dogs settled for the night with contented sighs. The distant sound of a train might have been heard, a reminder of connections to places beyond, of journeys possible. In his bed, young Steve might have gazed at the patterns of light and shadow on his ceiling, his active mind still processing the day's discoveries, perhaps already dreaming of things that did not yet exist, but someday would, through his vision and determination. The same stars that had witnessed human history for countless generations now watched over a child who would help write a new chapter in that ongoing story. The seasons turned in their ancient cycle. Birthdays were celebrated with cake and candles and wishes made in secret. Christmas brought the scent of pine trees indoors, the colorful glow of lights, the mystery of packages wrapped in bright paper. Summer vacations stretched endlessly with freedom from school routines, with adventures in backyards and parks, with the luxury of time to explore and discover. Each passing year added layers to Steve's developing personality, to his understanding of the world and his place in it. As he approached adolescence, the wider world began to exert a stronger pull. The comfortable boundaries of childhood began to expand. New questions arose about identity, about purpose, about the nature of reality itself. The cultural ferment of the late 1960s offered alternative perspectives, challenging the conventional wisdom of previous generations. The music became more experimental, the political discourse more urgent, the search for meaning more intense. Through all these changes, the physical environment of home remained a constant, a foundation from which exploration could safely proceed. The garage workshop continued to offer lessons in creation. The family dinner table remained a place for conversation and connection. The bedroom evolved with its occupants' changing interests, but still provided a personal sanctuary. The neighborhood, though gradually changing as children grew and families moved, maintained its essential character as a community of interconnected lives. What made Steve Jobs unique was not just the specific elements of his childhood environment, but the way he synthesized these influences, drawing from them what served his developing vision and leaving behind what did not. From his adoptive parents, he took love and security and lessons in craft and care, but not their conventional career paths. From his neighborhood, he absorbed a sense of possibility and optimism, but developed an ambition that would carry him far beyond suburban horizons. From the counterculture, he embraced creativity and intuition, but combined these with a drive for perfection and commercial success that pure hippies might have disdained. The physical spaces of his childhood, the home, the garage, the neighborhood, the schools, the changing landscape of Northern California, provided both nurture and challenge, both comfort and stimulus. They were the soil in which his unique talents could take root and begin to grow. The social environment, family, friends, teachers, the wider community, offered models to emulate or reject, relationships to navigate, feedback that helped shape his understanding of himself and others as night deepens and our thoughts drift toward sleep. We might imagine that child of yesterday becoming the visionary of tomorrow, carrying forward lessons learned in those formative spaces and relationships. The garage workshop's emphasis on quality craftsmanship would one day translate into products of unprecedented beauty and functionality. The family dinner table's conversations would evolve into a leadership style that valued intense discussion and exchange of ideas. Yet the story of Steve Jobs reminds us that childhood environments shape us in ways both obvious and subtle, providing raw materials that we then fashion into our adult selves through choices made and paths taken. As our consciousness begins to float toward the gentle shores of sleep, we might reflect on our own formative spaces and relationships, on the physical and social landscapes that have contributed to making us who we are, and in that reflection, perhaps find a deeper appreciation for the complex interplay of circumstance and choice, of given conditions and creative response. That makes each human life a unique and precious story. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. The educational journey of Steve Jobs unfolded like a gentle stream, winding its way through various landscapes of learning, sometimes flowing within conventional channels, other times carving its own path through the terrain of knowledge. As we settle in and allow our minds to drift along the stream, we can observe the unhurried development of a mind that would eventually transform our relationship with technology. In the quiet neighborhoods of Mountain View and Los Altos, young Steve attended Cupertino Junior High and Homestead High School. The hallways of these schools, filled with the soft murmurs of adolescent conversation and the distant closing of locker doors, provided the backdrop for his early intellectual stirrings. The classrooms, with their rows of wooden desks and the subtle scent of chalk dust hanging in the air, contained a curious young man who was beginning to realize that his mind worked somewhat differently than those of his peers. His teachers noticed this difference too. One in particular, a gentle soul named Imogen Hill, recognized something special in the fourth grade Steve. She was the kind of teacher who understood that bright minds sometimes need special nurturing. patience and wisdom, she offered young Steve a glimpse of what learning could be when it was fueled by genuine curiosity rather than obligation. Under her guidance, Steve completed 2 years of schooling in a single year, an accomplishment that gently nudged him ahead of his age group, and perhaps contributed to the slight sense of being an outsider that would follow him through his school years. As we breathe deeply and allow our bodies to sink more comfortably into restfulness, we might imagine the adolescent Steve with his thoughtful eyes and increasingly confident demeanor, discovering the world of electronics. This interest was nurtured in the Explorers Club, a group sponsored by Hewlett-Packard, where after-school hours were spent learning about electronic equipment. The room would have been filled with the soft hum of machines, the occasional click of switches being flipped, and the warm glow of indicator lights, a soothing electronic lullaby for a mind hungry for technical understanding. Bill Fernandez, a friend who shared Steve's fascination with electronics, introduced him to another kindred spirit, Stephen Wozniak, who was 5 years older and considerably more experienced in the art of circuit design. This meeting, casual as it may have seemed at the time, was like 2 stars gently beginning to orbit one another, their gravitational relationship destined to create something remarkable in the years to come. In Wozniak, Jobs found not only a friend, but a technical wizard whose abilities complemented his own emerging talents for envisioning what technology could become in the lives of ordinary people. The rhythm of Steve's education began to change after high school. Like many young people in the early 1970s, he felt the pull of broader horizons. Reed College in Portland, Oregon, with its verdant campus and reputation for intellectual freedom, beckoned to him. The journey northward, away from the familiar landscapes of his childhood, marked a transition into a new phase of his intellectual development. Reed College in those days was a place of quiet academic intensity blended with countercultural openness. The campus buildings, some dating back to the early 20th century, stood amid towering trees that whispered with the Oregon breeze. Students walked thoughtfully along paths that wound through this setting, carrying books by philosophers and poets, scientists and mystics. It was an environment that invited exploration, not just of academic subjects, but of alternative ways of seeing and being in the world. For Steve, however, the formal structure of college education soon began to feel constraining. After just 1 semester, he made the decision to drop out, though he continued to audit classes that interested him. This decision, made with the gentle confidence that was becoming characteristic of him, allowed him to follow his curiosity wherever it led, unbound by requirements or grades. One of the courses that captured his imagination during this period was calligraphy, taught by Robert Palladino, a former monk who approached the ancient art of beautiful writing with reverence and precision. In the quiet of the calligraphy classroom, with sunlight slanting through tall windows and the only sounds being the soft scratch of pen on paper or the occasional murmured instruction, Steve discovered the world of typefaces, of serifs and spacing, of the visual poetry that could be found in the shape of letters. Years later, this seemingly impractical interest would inform the revolutionary approach to typography that distinguished Apple computers, making them instruments not just of calculation, but of beauty. As our breathing deepens and our thoughts begin to drift more freely, we might imagine Steve during this period, his hair growing longer, his clothing more casual, his mind increasingly open to influences beyond the mainstream of American culture. He read books on Eastern philosophy, exploring the wisdom traditions of India and Japan. The concepts of Zen Buddhism, with its emphasis on simplicity, directness, and intuitive understanding, resonated with him deeply. These ideas settled into his consciousness like stones gently placed in a Japanese garden, creating patterns that would influence his aesthetic sensibilities and his approach to product design for decades to come. His intellectual explorations extended beyond the boundaries of Reed College. In 1974, after saving money from a job at Atari, the pioneering video game company, he traveled to India with his friend Daniel Koch. The journey was both physical and spiritual, taking him through landscapes vastly different from the suburban streets of his childhood or the leafy pathways of Reed. In the crowded markets and quiet ashrams of India, amid the complex tapestry of sounds and scents and colors that is the subcontinent, he sought wisdom and perspective. The India that Steve encountered was a land of contrasts. Ancient traditions alongside desperate poverty, spiritual richness amid material scarcity. He visited holy sites and sought out spiritual teachers, including Neem Karoli Baba, though he arrived shortly after this revered guru had died. The experience was not what he had perhaps imagined or hoped for, yet it left its mark on him nonetheless. He returned to the United States with his head shaved, wearing traditional Indian clothing, carrying insights that would gradually be integrated into his evolving worldview. Back in California, Steve continued his intellectual development through more informal channels. He became involved with the Homebrew Computer Club, a group of technology enthusiasts who gathered to share ideas and information about the emerging field of personal computing. The meetings, held in a variety of locations, including the Stanford Linear Accelerator Center, brought together people with diverse backgrounds, but a shared passion for the possibilities of this new technology. In these gatherings, amid the gentle murmur of technical conversations and the occasional burst of excitement when someone shared a new breakthrough, Steve absorbed knowledge, made connections, and began to formulate the vision that would eventually lead to the founding of Apple Computer. The contrast between his spiritual explorations in India and the cutting-edge technological discussions of the Homebrew Computer Club might seem stark, but in Steve's developing mind. These different streams of influence were beginning to merge into a unique perspective on what technology could and should be. Throughout this period, Steve's relationship with Stephen Wozniak deepened and evolved. Wozniak, or Woz, as he was affectionately known, was designing computer circuit boards in his spare time while working at Hewlett-Packard. His technical brilliance complemented Steve's growing sense of what might be possible if computing power could be made accessible to ordinary people. Their friendship, characterized by long conversations, shared enthusiasms, and occasional collaborative pranks, was becoming the foundation for a business partnership that would change the world. As we drift further toward the edges of wakefulness, we might contemplate how Steve's unconventional education, formal and informal, Western and Eastern, technological and aesthetic, was preparing him for his future role. Unlike many successful business leaders, he did not complete a college degree or attend business school. His development as a thinker and innovator took place largely outside traditional educational structures, guided instead by his own curiosity and intuition. This pattern of self-directed learning would continue throughout his life. He was a voracious reader and a keen observer, absorbing ideas from diverse sources and synthesizing them in unique ways. His intellectual development was not a linear progression through established curricula, but rather a meandering exploration guided by interest and intuition. Like a river finding its way to the sea, his mind moved toward understanding through channels determined by the terrain of his curiosity, rather than by external maps. The formation of Apple Computer in 1976 marked the beginning of the practical application of Steve's developing vision. The company began, famously, in the Jobs family garage. That space of childhood tinkering now transformed into a birthplace of innovation. The first Apple computer, hand-built by Wozniak, with Steve handling the business arrangements and product design aspects, embodied the integration of technical capability with usability and aesthetic appeal that would become the hallmark of Apple products. As sleep begins to envelop us like a soft blanket on a cool evening, we might reflect on how the seeds planted during Steve's unconventional education would blossom in the decades to come. His exposure to calligraphy would inform the typography of the Macintosh. His study of Zen would influence the simplicity of Apple's design language. His experience with the counterculture would contribute to his understanding that computers could be tools of personal empowerment rather than institutional control. The story of Steve Jobs' education reminds us that learning takes many forms and follows many paths. In the quiet moments before sleep claims us, we might find comfort in the thought that our own intellectual journeys, however unconventional they may be, can lead to meaningful contributions and personal fulfillment. As consciousness gently recedes and the world of dreams approaches, we carry with us the image of a young man whose curiosity led him beyond conventional boundaries, and whose vision was shaped by an unusually diverse range of influences, creating a unique perspective that would eventually change how we all interact with technology in our daily lives. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. Steve Jobs' life was woven together by a tapestry of mentors, role models, and chance encounters, each thread contributing to the rich pattern of his vision. Some guided him directly, others from afar, but all left an indelible mark on the way he thought, created, and led. As we drift into the quiet of night, let us explore these relationships, these quiet forces that shaped a man who would, in turn, shape the world. One of the earliest and most profound influences in Steve's life was his adoptive father, Paul Jobs. A mechanic with an eye for craftsmanship, Paul instilled in his son an appreciation for precision and quality. He taught Steve how to work with his hands, rebuilding cars in their garage, showing him that even the unseen parts of a machine should be made with care. It was a lesson that would later echo in Apple's philosophy that the inside of a computer could be as beautiful as its exterior. Paul's quiet dedication to detail and his insistence on doing things the right way, not just the easy way, became foundational to Steve's own relentless pursuit of perfection. Then there was Steve Wozniak, the engineering genius whose brilliance was matched only by his humility. Their friendship began in high school, a bond forged over shared curiosity about electronics and a mutual love for pranks. Wozniak was the technical wizard, the one who could dream up circuits and code, while Jobs saw the bigger picture, how these inventions could fit into people's lives. Their partnership was symbiotic, each filling in what the other lacked. Woz built the first Apple computer, but it was Steve who envisioned it as a product, something that could be shared with the world. Over time, their relationship would strain under the pressures of success. But in those early days, in the glow of the garage, they were simply two friends who believed they could change things. Another guiding figure was Robert Friedland, whom Steve met during his brief time at Reed College. Friedland was a charismatic entrepreneur who ran an apple farm commune, a place where spirituality and business oddly coexisted. From him, Steve learned the power of persuasion, the art of bending reality to one's will through sheer force of personality. Friedland had a way of making people believe in his vision, a skill Steve would later master, but he also absorbed something else, the idea that business didn't have to be cold and corporate. It could be infused with passion, even idealism. As Steve wandered through the counterculture of the 1970s, he encountered another mentor, though not in the traditional sense, the Zen Buddhist teacher Kabun Chino Atagawa. Kabun's teachings on simplicity and intuition resonated deeply with Steve, who had always been drawn to Eastern philosophy. Under Kabun's guidance, Steve began to meditate, to strip away unnecessary noise in his thoughts. This pursuit of minimalism would later define Apple's design aesthetic, the belief that less could be more. That elegance lay in restraint. Even after Apple's success, Steve returned to Cobham for counsel, seeking balance amid the chaos of his career. There were also the figures he admired from afar, those whose work inspired him, even if they never met. Edwin Land, the founder of Polaroid, was one such influence. Land believed that science and art should intersect, that products should be both functional and beautiful. Steve would later echo this philosophy, insisting that technology must appeal not just to the mind, but to the senses. Another was the musician Bob Dylan, whose lyrics and independence Steve revered. Dylan's refusal to be boxed in by others' expectations mirrored Steve's own rebellious streak. His determination to follow his instincts, no matter how unconventional the path. And then there was Mike Markula, the angel investor who believed in Apple when it was little more than two guys in a garage. Markula became a father figure of sorts, teaching Steve the fundamentals of business, how to write a plan, how to scale a company. He was patient where Steve was impulsive, methodical where Steve was visionary. Their relationship was not always smooth. Steve's intensity could be difficult to manage, but Markula's steady hand helped guide Apple through its fragile early years. At first, their partnership was fruitful. Scully provided the corporate discipline Apple needed as it grew. But their visions eventually clashed, leading to Steve's painful ousting from the company he had co-founded. Yet even this difficult chapter shaped him. In exile, he founded NeXT and Pixar, honing his leadership and creativity in ways he might not have had he stayed at Apple. When he eventually returned, he brought with him the wisdom of failure, the understanding that even setbacks could be teachers. Late in life, another mentor emerged, the poet and songwriter Pablo Neruda, whose works Steve often turned to for inspiration. Neruda's words, full of passion and reverence for the ordinary, reminded Steve that beauty was everywhere, if only one knew how to look. He carried this sensibility into Apple's later products, infusing them with a sense of artistry, making technology feel almost human. As we prepare to surrender to sleep, we might think about how each of these relationships, some fleeting, some lifelong, left their fingerprints on Steve's journey. The father who taught him craftsmanship, the friend who built the first Apple, the Zen master who showed him stillness, the executives who shaped his business mind, the artists who stirred his soul. None of them alone could have created the man he became. But together, they helped shape a mind that saw the world differently, one that believed technology could be simple, beautiful, and deeply personal. And so, as the night deepens and our thoughts grow softer, we can rest knowing that greatness is never built alone. It is woven from the wisdom of those who cross our paths, the quiet mentors who, knowingly or not, help us find our way. Steve Jobs' life was a testament to that truth, a reminder that even the most singular vision is shaped by the voices, hands, and hearts of others. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. Before Steve Jobs became the visionary who redefined technology, he was just a young man with restless curiosity and a hunger to create. His early years were filled with small experiments, quiet failures, and moments of unexpected inspiration, each one a stepping stone toward something far greater. After dropping out of Reed College, Steve wandered through life with no clear path, attending calligraphy classes, traveling to India, and immersing himself in counterculture movements. It was a time of searching, of letting his mind wander where it pleased. But beneath that free-spirited exterior, a deeper drive was stirring. He had always been fascinated by electronics, a passion nurtured by his adoptive father, Paul, who taught him how to take things apart and put them back together. That hands-on curiosity would eventually lead him to his first real job at Atari, a pioneering video game company in the early 1970s. At Atari, Steve was not yet the polished leader he would become. He was brash, often clashing with coworkers, but his intensity and sharp mind caught the attention of Nolan Bushnell, the company's founder. Bushnell saw something in him, a raw, untamed creativity. Steve worked the night shift, tinkering with circuit boards and soaking up the energy of Silicon Valley in its infancy. It was here that he first glimpsed the potential of blending technology with artistry, but his time at Atari was just a prelude. The real turning point came when he reconnected with an old friend from his high school days, Steve Wozniak. Woz, as he was known, was a quiet engineering genius, the kind of person who could build a computer from spare parts just for fun. Together, they attended meetings of the Homebrew Computer Club, a gathering of hobbyists and engineers who shared ideas about the future of personal computing. It was a humble beginning, a world of soldering irons and circuit boards, but the air was electric with possibility. In 1976, Steve and Woz decided to build their own computer, not as a hobby, but as something more. They called it the Apple I. It was simple, just a bare circuit board, but it was the seed of something revolutionary. To fund their venture, Steve sold his Volkswagen van, and Woz pawned his prized HP calculator. They set up shop in the Jobs family garage, surrounded by tools, schematics, and the quiet hum of their own determination. The early days were far from glamorous. Steve spent hours on the phone, trying to convince local electronics stores to carry their machine. He visited suppliers, negotiated deals, and learned the delicate dance of business through sheer necessity. There were setbacks, orders that fell through, skeptical investors, moments of doubt. But Steve had a way of seeing obstacles as mere detours, not dead ends. His confidence was unshakable, even when logic suggested otherwise. One of their earliest supporters was Mike Markula, a retired Intel executive who saw the potential in these two young dreamers. Markula provided not just funding, but guidance, helping them structure their company and think beyond the garage. With his backing, Apple Computer was officially incorporated, and the Apple II, their first fully assembled computer, began to take shape. The Apple II was unlike anything else at the time. While most computers were clunky, intimidating machines meant for engineers, Steve insisted that theirs had to be simple, elegant, and accessible. He obsessed over every detail, from the smooth beige casing to the way the keyboard felt under one's fingers. Woz handled the engineering marvels, but it was Steve who pushed for beauty, for a machine that people would want in their homes. When the Apple II debuted in 1977, it was a revelation. Color graphics, a user-friendly design, and software that made computing feel personal. It was the first computer many people ever touched. Sales grew, the company expanded, and suddenly, the two Steves were no longer tinkerers in a garage. They were pioneers of a new era. But success was not without its challenges. As Apple grew, so did the pressures. Steve, still in his early 20s, found himself navigating boardrooms, investor expectations, and the delicate balance between creativity and commerce. He clashed with colleagues, sometimes harshly, driven by an uncompromising vision of what Apple could be. There were moments of tension, of growing pains, as the company transitioned from a scrappy startup to something far bigger. Yet through it all, Steve never lost sight of the magic that had drawn him to technology in the first place. He saw computers not as cold, utilitarian tools, but as extensions of human creativity. That belief that technology could be intimate, even soulful, would guide him for the rest of his life. And so, as we drift toward sleep, we might imagine those early days, the hum of the garage, the scent of solder in the air, the quiet certainty of two friends who believed they could change the world. It was a time of uncertainty, of trial and error, but also of boundless possibility. Steve Jobs' journey was just beginning, and the road ahead would be winding, unpredictable, and full of lessons yet to be learned. But for now, let those thoughts fade into the quiet of the night, knowing that every great story starts with small, uncertain steps, a single idea, a leap of faith, a hand reaching out to a friend. And in that stillness, we can rest, just as Steve once did, dreaming of what might come next. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. As the years unfolded, Steve Jobs' vision of technology as something beautiful, intuitive, and deeply human would blossom into creations that reshaped the world. His journey was not a straight path. There were setbacks, detours, and moments of profound doubt. But each step led him closer to the innovations that would define his legacy. One of his earliest and most enduring contributions was the Macintosh, the first personal computer to truly speak to the heart as well as the mind. Steve insisted that every detail, from the shape of the casing to the curve of the letters on the screen, should feel intentional, even joyful. He obsessed over fonts, believing that typography was not just functional, but an art form. When the Macintosh finally spoke its first words in 1984, introducing itself with a warm, almost playful voice, it was clear that this was no ordinary machine. It was a companion, a canvas, a door to new ways of thinking. But Steve's path was not without turbulence. After a painful departure from Apple, the company he had co-founded, he wandered for a time, searching for new inspiration. It was during these years that he turned his attention to Pixar, a small animation studio that few took seriously at the time. Yet, Steve saw magic in pixels and storytelling, believing that computers could bring emotions to life in ways hand-drawn animation never could. When Asterisk Toy Story premiered in 1995, the world witnessed the birth of a new era, one where technology and heart intertwined seamlessly, where laughter and tears could be rendered in ones and zeros. Then, like a prodigal son returning home, Steve came back to Apple in 1997. The company was struggling, adrift without a clear vision. But Steve saw possibility where others saw only failure. He pared down the product line, focusing on simplicity, elegance, and purpose. Out of this refining fire came the iMac, a computer that looked like nothing else, curved, colorful, almost friendly. It wasn't just a machine, it was a statement. Technology didn't have to be intimidating. It could be inviting, even delightful. And then, in 2001, came the iPod, a device so small it fit in the palm of your hand, yet so vast it could hold a lifetime of music. Steve understood that music was more than sound. It was memory, emotion, identity. The iPod made carrying your favorite songs as natural as carrying your keys. With its smooth scroll wheel and seamless integration with iTunes, it transformed how we listened, how we experienced the rhythm of our days. But perhaps his most intimate creation was the iPhone, unveiled in 2007. Steve stood on stage, cradling it like something precious, and promised a device that was not just a phone, not just an internet communicator, not just an iPod, but all three fused into one graceful object. He wanted it to feel like an extension of the hand, responsive to the slightest touch. The iPhone didn't just change technology, it changed how we lived, how we connected, how we moved through the world. He saw it as a bridge between the phone and the laptop, something so intuitive that even a child could pick it up and understand. He believed in stripping away complexity, in making technology feel almost invisible, so that what remained was pure possibility, a blank page, a fresh canvas, a window to anywhere Through all of these creations, Steve's philosophy remained constant: that technology should serve humanity, not the other way around. He demanded excellence not for its own sake, but because he believed people deserved beauty in the tools they used every day. His products were never just about function, they were about feeling. And now, as sleep draws near, we can reflect on how these innovations live on, not just in devices, but in the way we think about design, about simplicity, about the marriage of art and engineering. Steve's legacy is not just in what he built, but in the dreams he awakened in others. So let us rest, as he once did, surrounded by the quiet hum of possibility, knowing that great ideas often begin as whispers in the dark, waiting for the right moment, the right hand, the right vision to bring them into the light. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. Steve Jobs' life was a tapestry woven with moments of bold decisions, unexpected turns, and quiet reflections that reshaped not just his own destiny, but the very fabric of modern technology. As we drift toward sleep, let us gently trace these pivotal moments, each one a stepping stone that led him to become the visionary we remember today. One of the earliest crossroads came in 1974, when a young Steve, restless and searching, left Reed College after just one semester. He had been auditing classes, sleeping on friends' floors, and following his curiosity, learning about calligraphy, Eastern philosophy, and the beauty of simplicity. Had he stayed, he might have become just another graduate with a degree. But instead, he followed an instinct that education wasn't confined to lecture halls. This decision to drop out freed him to explore, to wander, and to absorb the world in a way that would later infuse Apple's products with an artistic sensibility. Without that calligraphy class, would the Mac have had its elegant fonts? Without those nights of wandering, would he have developed the same hunger for something more? Then came the garage. In 1976, alongside Steve Wozniak and Ronald Wayne, he founded Apple Computer. It was a humble beginning, just two Steves tinkering with circuit boards, driven by a belief that computers could be personal, not just for corporations. The pivotal moment came when they secured their first order for 50 Apple iComputers. Steve could have stayed small, building machines for hobbyists, but he dreamed bigger. He pushed for the Apple II, a machine that would be sleek, intuitive, and beautiful. Had he settled, Apple might have remained a footnote in tech history, a forgotten startup lost in the noise. Instead, he chose to demand more, a choice that set the course for everything that followed. The years rolled on, and success came, but so did turbulence. In 1985, after a power struggle with Apple's board, Steve was pushed out of the company he had co-founded. It was a devastating blow, one that could have ended his career. But here, at this low point, he made another critical choice. He didn't retreat. Instead, he founded NeXT, a company dedicated to building powerful computers for education, and acquired Pixar, a small animation studio that would later redefine storytelling. Had he given up? Had he let bitterness take hold? The world might never have known Toy Story, or the sleek Knee XD computers that would eventually inspire Apple's renaissance. His time away from Apple was not a detour, but a refining fire, one that sharpened his vision and deepened his understanding of what truly mattered. Then, in 1996, the circle closed. Apple, struggling and adrift, acquired Knee XD, bringing Steve back into the fold. It was a moment of redemption, a chance to return to the company he loved. But the pivotal decision came next, not just in his return, but in the choices he made upon arriving. He could have played it safe, followed the trends of the time, but instead, he stripped away the excess, focusing on simplicity, beauty, and innovation. The iMac, the iPod, the iPhone, each one was born from this renewed clarity. Had he chosen differently? Had he clung to the past or chased fleeting trends? Apple might never have become the powerhouse it is today. But Steve, ever the perfectionist, insisted on creating products that felt magical, that delighted the senses as much as they served a function. Even in his final years, facing illness, his decisions carried weight. He could have stepped back, retreated into privacy, but instead, he poured himself into one last masterpiece, the iPad. It was a gamble, a device many dismissed as unnecessary. But Steve saw what others didn't, a canvas for creativity, a bridge between phones and computers. Had he listened to the skeptics? Had he allowed doubt to creep in? The iPad might never have existed, but he trusted his intuition, just as he always had. As sleep draws near, we can reflect on these moments, each one a thread in the larger story. What if he had stayed in school? What if he had accepted defeat in 1985? What if he had returned to Apple with a lesser vision? The answers whisper in the quiet, reminding us that our own crossroads shape us in ways we may never fully see. Steve's life was a testament to the power of choice, of following that inner voice even when the path was unclear. And so we rest, knowing that the greatest innovations, the most profound legacies, often begin with a single decision, a turn in the road, a leap of faith. In the stillness of night, we can almost hear the hum of possibility, the quiet assurance that even in uncertainty, the right choice can change everything. Sleep now and dream of the moments that shape destinies, the quiet turns that lead to brilliance. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Steve Jobs was a man who moved through life with intensity, his mind always racing toward the next idea, the next breakthrough. But woven through the story of his relentless ambition were the quiet threads of human connection, relationships that shaped him, challenged him, and sometimes softened the edges of his fierce determination. His earliest bond was with his adoptive parents, Paul and Clara Jobs, who gave him not just love, but an unshakable belief in his own potential. They nurtured his curiosity, moving to a better school district when they saw his intellect outgrowing their modest surroundings. Paul, a mechanic, taught him the beauty of craftsmanship, how even the unseen parts of a design should be made with care. That lesson would echo in Steve's obsession with perfection, down to the circuit boards hidden inside Apple's earliest machines. Then there was the friendship that changed everything, his partnership with Steve Wozniak. They were an unlikely pair. Woz, the gentle engineer who built for the joy of it, and Jobs, the visionary who saw how technology could transform lives. Their collaboration began in a garage, where Woz's technical brilliance met Jobs's ability to imagine the future. Together, they built the first Apple computer, not just as a machine, but as a promise of what computing could become. Even when their paths diverged, when tensions arose over business decisions, that early bond remained. Woz would later say that without Jobs, his inventions might have stayed tucked away in hobbyist magazines, never reaching the world. Romantic relationships were more complicated for Steve, marked by passion, but also by his singular focus on his work. His first great love was Kristen Brennan, with whom he shared a bohemian youth in the early days of Apple. Their relationship was intense but unstable, and when Kristen became pregnant, Steve initially denied paternity. It was a painful chapter for both of them, one that left scars. Yet years later, he would reconnect with their daughter, Lisa, slowly building a relationship that softened with time. He would even name a computer after her, the Lisa, though its commercial failure made it a bittersweet tribute. Then came Lauren Powell, the woman who would become his anchor. They met at a Stanford lecture, where Steve, ever the impatient visionary, skipped the Q and A to talk to her directly. Lauren was different from anyone he had known, grounded, wise, unimpressed by fame, but deeply understanding of what drove him. She gave him stability, a home filled with love, and their 3 children. In her, he found not just a partner, but a mirror that reflected his best self. When illness came, it was Lauren who stood beside him, her quiet strength a counterbalance to his relentless intensity. His professional relationships were just as defining. There was Joni Ive, Apple's design genius, with whom Steve shared an almost telepathic creative connection. They would spend hours in the design studio, obsessing over curves and materials, pushing each other toward simplicity and elegance. Ive understood Steve's vision in a way few others did, how a product should feel in the hand, how its weight and texture could evoke emotion. Their collaboration gave birth to the iMac, the iPod, the iPhone, objects that felt less like machines and more like extensions of the human experience. And then there was Bill Gates, the rival who was also, in a way, a kindred spirit. Their rivalry was legendary, a clash of philosophies, open versus closed systems, pragmatism versus perfectionism. Yet in later years, there was a mutual respect, even warmth. When Steve returned to Apple in 1997, it was Microsoft that invested $150 million to keep the company afloat. And years later, when illness loomed, Gates would visit him at home, the two men talking not about competition, but about life, family, and the legacy they would leave behind. Even in his final years, as his strength waned, Steve's relationships continued to shape his world. He reconciled with old friends, mended fences with colleagues, and spent precious time with his family. He made peace with his past, including his early denial of Lisa, and worked to ensure she would be cared for. And through it all, Lauren was there, a steady presence in the storm. Perhaps the most poignant relationship of all was the one he had with his sister, Mona Simpson. They were separated as children, only finding each other as adults, but the bond was instant. She would later write about his final moments, how he looked at those he loved before passing. His last words a simple, "Oh wow. Oh wow." In the end, it was these connections, more than the products, more than the keynotes, that defined the full measure of the man, the father who taught him craftsmanship, the friend who built the first Apple computer, the partner who stood by him, the daughter he learned to love, the rival who became something like a friend. Each relationship was a thread in the tapestry of his life, some bright, some frayed, but all essential. And as sleep settles over you now, imagine those threads, shimmering softly in the quiet, the way a single conversation can change a life, the way love can soften even the most driven soul, the way a moment of reconciliation can heal years of distance. These are the quiet truths that linger long after the stories are told. So rest and let the warmth of these connections lull you into peace. For in the end, it is not just the inventions we remember, but the people who shaped the inventor, the hands he held, the voices that challenged him, the hearts that understood him. Drift into dreams, and may they be filled with the gentle reminder that even the brightest minds are deepened and made whole by the love they give and receive. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Steve Jobs was a man of many layers, a thinker who moved through the world with intensity, yet found pockets of quiet in the small, ordinary moments of life. When the bright lights of the stage dimmed and the crowds dispersed, he would retreat into the rhythm of his personal world, a world shaped by simple pleasures, deep relationships, and the quiet philosophy that guided him even in his most private hours. His mornings often began in stillness. He would wake early, sometimes before the sun had fully risen, and sit in meditation, letting the silence settle around him. This was a ritual he carried with him from his travels to India in his youth, a practice that stayed with him through the years. He believed in the power of intuition, in listening to the whispers of the mind before the noise of the day took over. Even in the busiest times of his life, he would carve out these moments, sitting cross-legged on the floor, breathing slowly, letting his thoughts drift like leaves on water. Breakfast was another quiet affair. He had a fondness for simple, clean foods, fresh fruit, often a single apple or a bowl of oatmeal. He ate slowly, savoring each bite, a habit born from his belief that food should be both nourishing and mindful. There was no rush, no distraction, just the act of being present. Sometimes, if the mood struck him, he would walk barefoot in the dew-damp grass of his backyard, feeling the earth beneath his feet, a small but profound connection to the natural world. His home was a reflection of his values, minimalist, yet warm. He preferred spaces that were uncluttered, where every object had meaning. A single vase of fresh flowers, a well-worn book left open on a table, a photograph of his children in a simple frame. He believed that beauty lived in simplicity, that the absence of excess allowed the mind to breathe. Even his wardrobe was a study in restraint. The black turtleneck, the faded jeans, the same pair of New Balance sneakers. It was not about lack of care, but about removing the unnecessary so that what remained was intentional. His relationships were the cornerstone of his life, the quiet anchor beneath his restless creativity. Lauren, his wife, was his partner in every sense, steadfast, insightful, a calming presence in the whirlwind of his ambitions. They would take long walks together in the evenings, talking about everything and nothing, their footsteps syncopated against the pavement. She understood his intensity, but also knew how to soften its edges, how to remind him of the joy in stillness. Their love was not flashy or dramatic, but deep, like roots beneath a great tree. And then there were his children. He was not always the perfect father. His work often pulled him away. His expectations could be high, but he loved them fiercely. He would sit on the floor with his youngest, building intricate Lego structures, or read stories aloud with dramatic voices, losing himself in the playfulness of the moment. With his eldest daughter, Lisa, their relationship was more complicated, marked by years of distance and eventual reconciliation. But in the end, they found their way to each other, and those late-night conversations, the shared laughter, the quiet understanding, they became some of the most precious threads in the tapestry of his life. Outside of work, he had a few passions that brought him peace. Music was one of them. He kept an extensive vinyl collection, carefully curated, filled with the works of Bob Dylan, the Beatles, and Bach. He would lose himself in the layers of a well-composed symphony or the raw emotion of a folk song, letting the melodies wash over him. Sometimes, late at night, he would sit alone in the dim glow of a single lamp, listening to an entire album from start to finish, eyes closed, completely immersed. He also had a deep appreciation for design, not just in technology, but in everyday objects. He would study the curve of a German teapot, the balance of a Japanese calligraphy brush, the way light played across the surface of a handcrafted bowl. To him, these were not just things, they were stories, expressions of human thought and care. He would often visit art galleries or furniture workshops, not to buy, but simply to observe, to learn from the craftsmanship of others. And then there were his walks. Long, meandering walks through the neighborhoods of Palo Alto, or hikes in the hills behind his home. Movement helped him think, helped him process. He would often have his most profound ideas while walking, the rhythm of his steps unlocking something in his mind. Sometimes he would go alone, other times with a friend or colleague, the conversation flowing as easily as the path ahead. His personal philosophy was a blend of Eastern thought and his own relentless curiosity. He believed in the power of simplicity, in the idea that less could be more. He often spoke of the importance of following one's intuition, of trusting the unseen currents that guide a life. It was a reminder to trust the journey, even when the path was unclear. In the evenings, after the day's work was done, he would often sit outside under the stars, a cup of herbal tea in hand, just breathing. The night air was cool, the sky vast and silent. In those moments, he was not the visionary, not the CEO, just a man, small and grateful, beneath the infinite expanse. And as you drift toward sleep now, imagine him there, in the quiet. The way the moonlight might catch the curve of his profile, the way his fingers curled around the warmth of the cup. Think of the love he carried, the people who shaped him, the small rituals that made his life rich beyond measure. These were the things that mattered most in the end. Not the products, not the fame, but the quiet moments of connection, the stillness between the storms. So let your breathing slow, your thoughts soften. Picture those threads of his life, woven with love, with imperfection, with beauty. And may they remind you that even the most extraordinary lives are made up of ordinary, tender moments. And in that knowing, may you find peace and rest and dream. Like a gentle river flowing toward the sea, our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. In the early days, long before the world knew his name, Steve Jobs woke with the quiet rhythm of dawn. His mornings began simply, no alarm, just the gradual lightening of the sky outside his window, the soft rustle of leaves in the Los Altos breeze. He would rise slowly, bare feet padding against the wooden floor, and move toward the kitchen, where the scent of fresh fruit lingered. Breakfast was often light, an apple perhaps, or a handful of nuts eaten with deliberate slowness, savoring each bite. He liked the quiet of morning, the way the world felt untouched, full of possibility. Then came the ritual of preparation. He would dress in his signature black turtleneck, a habit that began not as a fashion statement, but as a way to remove the distraction of choice. The fabric was soft, familiar against his skin, a uniform for the day ahead. Before leaving, he would stand for a moment in front of the mirror, adjusting the collar, smoothing the fabric, a silent affirmation of readiness. His workspace, whether in his garage or later in the offices of Apple, was always meticulously arranged. Every object had its place, pencils aligned just so, papers stacked with precision. He believed in the power of environment, that beauty and order could shape thought. The desk was clean, uncluttered, a blank canvas for ideas. He would sit, exhale, and let his fingers graze the surface of the wood before beginning, grounding himself in the moment. The morning hours were for deep work, the kind that required silence and focus. No meetings, no interruptions, just the hum of his own mind turning over problems, sketching designs, refining visions. He worked with a pencil and paper first, believing that the tactile connection between hand and thought was irreplaceable. The scratch of graphite against the page was a soothing sound, a steady rhythm that carried him forward. By midday, hunger would pull him away. Lunch was often simple, a salad, perhaps, or a bowl of brown rice with steamed vegetables. He ate with the same intentionality he brought to everything, chewing slowly, letting the flavors unfold. Sometimes, if the weather was fine, he would take his meal outside, sitting beneath the dappled shade of a tree, feeling the warmth of the sun on his face. These small pauses were sacred, moments to reset, to breathe. In the afternoons, the pace shifted. Meetings filled the hours, but even these were conducted with a certain grace. He preferred walking discussions, pacing the halls, or stepping outside, the movement helping to loosen ideas. His voice was measured, deliberate, each word chosen with care. He listened as much as he spoke, his gaze intense, but not impatient, as if every conversation held the potential for revelation. As evening approached, the energy of the day began to soften. He would return to his desk, tidying the space, closing loops on the day's work. The act of clearing his workspace was a kind of meditation, a way to transition from doing to being. Then came the drive home, the winding roads of Silicon Valley, passing in a blur of green and gold. He liked to drive with the windows down, the cool evening air rushing in, carrying the scent of eucalyptus and earth. Home was a sanctuary. Dinner was often shared with loved ones, simple, nourishing food, prepared with care. He enjoyed the ritual of the meal, the way it brought people together, the laughter and quiet exchanges that filled the space between bites. Afterward, if the night was clear, he would step outside. The stars were a constant source of wonder, a reminder of how small and yet how connected everything was. He would sit with a cup of herbal tea, the steam curling into the night, and simply be. In these moments, there was no pressure, no expectation, just the quiet hum of existence. The weight of the day would lift, and he would let his thoughts drift like leaves on a gentle wind. Sometimes he reflected. Sometimes he simply watched the sky, the slow dance of clouds across the moon. It was in these still, unguarded moments that he often found clarity, the kind that couldn't be forced. When sleep called, he answered without resistance. His bedroom was spare, peaceful, a mattress on the floor in the early years. Later, a simple bed with crisp, white sheets. He slept without distraction. No television, no devices, just the quiet of the night. The last thing he would see before closing his eyes was often the outline of a tree outside his window, its branches swaying slightly in the breeze, a lullaby in motion. And so the day would end as it began, with stillness, with presence. The same rhythms carried him through the years, whether in the intensity of apples' rise or the quieter seasons of reflection. It was never about the grandeur, but the depth, the way a single moment could hold so much if you let it. Now, as you drift toward sleep, imagine those rhythms as your own. The gentle rise and fall of breath, the weight of the day dissolving into rest. Picture the quiet of his evenings, the way the stars watched over him, silent and steady. Let that same peace settle over you, softening the edges of thought, carrying you into dreams. The life of a visionary was made of small, repeated acts: the cup of tea, the walk, the pause beneath the sky. And in those acts, there was a kind of magic, the kind that lingers long after the story is told. So breathe and rest, and know that even the brightest flames burn brightest when they find stillness in the dark. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Steve Jobs carried within him a philosophy that was at once simple and profound, a way of seeing the world that blended intuition with relentless curiosity. It was a philosophy shaped by the quiet moments as much as the grand ones, by the books he read, the walks he took, and the silences he allowed himself. His worldview was never static. It evolved with time, deepened with experience, yet always retained a childlike wonder for what could be. From an early age, he believed in the power of ideas, the kind that arrive not through force, but through patience. He would often say, "Creativity is just connecting things," a soft observation that held the weight of truth. To him, the world was a vast network of invisible threads, and the best ideas came when you allowed your mind to wander, to drift between disciplines, to see patterns where others saw only fragments. He found inspiration in calligraphy, in Zen Buddhism, in the simplicity of a well-made piece of furniture, each of these feeding into his vision for technology that felt not just useful, but beautiful. His time at Reed College, though brief, left an imprint on his soul. He would sit in on calligraphy classes, not because he thought it would lead anywhere, but because the shapes of letters fascinated him. Years later, when designing the Macintosh, he insisted on multiple fonts and proportionally spaced typefaces, something no computer had done before. It was a small decision, but it reflected his belief that even the unseen details mattered. He often repeated the mantra, "The details are not the details." And so, he poured himself into the curve of a corner, the weight of a button, the sound of a latch closing. He wanted machines to feel alive, in the hands of those who used them. Zen Buddhism shaped him in ways both subtle and deep. He traveled to India in search of enlightenment, and though he never became a monk, he carried back with him a sense of presence, a discipline of focus. He learned the value of simplicity, not as emptiness, but as clarity. Simple can be harder than complex, he would say. This became the guiding principle of Apple's design philosophy, where every excess was stripped away until only what was essential remained. His worldview was also marked by a fierce belief in intuition. He trusted his gut, even when logic pointed elsewhere. Have the courage to follow your heart and intuition, he told Stanford's graduating class in 2005. This was not blind faith, but a deep listening, an ability to tune into something beyond the noise of the world. When he returned to Apple in 1997, the company was struggling, drowning in a sea of products that lacked vision. He slashed nearly all of them, focusing on just one for each quadrant of the market. It was a radical act, but it came from a place of certainty, a quiet knowing that less could be more. Yet for all his intensity, there was also a lightness to his spirit. He believed in play, in the joy of discovery. He would spend hours turning an idea over in his mind, not as a chore, but as a game. Stay hungry, stay foolish, he urged, quoting the final issue of the Whole Earth catalog. It was a reminder to never lose the spark of curiosity, to approach life with the wonder of a beginner, even in the boardroom. He had a way of reframing problems as puzzles, challenges as adventures. His values extended beyond products to the people who made them. He demanded excellence, sometimes harshly, but only because he believed in the potential of those around him. He once said, "My job is not to be easy on people." And in his own way, he did. He pushed engineers, designers, and executives to see beyond what they thought was possible, to create not just for the market, but for the future. As the years passed, his philosophy deepened. Illness forced him to confront mortality, and with it came a sharper focus on what truly mattered. Remembering that I'll be dead soon is the most important tool I've ever encountered to help me make the big choices in life, he reflected. Death, rather than frightening him, clarified his purpose. It stripped away the unnecessary, leaving only what was vital. In his final years, he worked not just on products, but on legacy, ensuring that Apple's culture of innovation would endure. And so, as the night settles around you now, think of the way he moved through the world with intention, with curiosity, with a quiet faith in the unseen connections between things. His life was not a straight line, but a series of unfolding realizations, each one building on the last. He believed in beauty, in simplicity, in the power of saying no to 1,000 things so that the right one could shine. Let these thoughts drift through your mind like leaves on water, unhurried, untroubled. There is wisdom here, but also rest, a reminder that even the busiest mind must sometimes pause, must sometimes return to the breath, to the silence between thoughts. Steve Jobs found his greatest insights not in the noise, but in the stillness. And so can you. Close your eyes now and imagine the world as he saw it, full of possibility, waiting only for the right moment, the right idea, the right touch. And as you drift toward sleep, know that somewhere in the quiet, the same magic lingers, patient and ever-present, ready to be discovered anew. With each breath becoming slower and deeper, let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Every life has its seasons of struggle, and Steve Jobs was no exception. His journey, though marked by brilliance and innovation, was also shaped by moments of deep challenge, times when the path ahead seemed uncertain, even impossible. Yet it was in these moments that his character was refined, his vision clarified, like gold tested in fire. One of his earliest setbacks came when he was just a young man, barely out of college. He and Steve Wozniak had poured their hearts into Apple, building computers in a garage, dreaming of a future where technology could be personal, intuitive, beautiful. But as the company grew, so did the pressures. By 1985, after a series of clashes with the board and the CEO they had brought in, Jobs found himself pushed out of the very company he had created. It was a devastating blow, a rejection that might have crushed a lesser spirit. But Jobs did not let it define him. Instead, he allowed the experience to open new doors, to lead him down paths he might never have explored otherwise. He founded NeXT, a company dedicated to building powerful computers for education and business. And he acquired a small animation studio called Pixar. These ventures were not immediate successes. NeXT struggled to find its footing, and Pixar faced years of financial strain. But Jobs was patient, persistent. He believed in the work, even when others did not. And then, in a twist of fate that felt almost like destiny, Apple acquired NeXT in 1996, bringing Jobs back to the company he had once been forced to leave. It was a homecoming, but not an easy one. Apple was on the brink of collapse, its products uninspired, its spirit fading. Many thought it was too late to save the company, but Jobs saw something others couldn't, a kernel of possibility, a chance to begin again. He streamlined the product line, cutting away the unnecessary, focusing only on what truly mattered. He surrounded himself with a team of brilliant minds, people who shared his passion for excellence, and slowly, painstakingly, Apple began to rise. The iMac, the iPod, the iPhone, each one was born not just from technical skill, but from a refusal to accept mediocrity, a willingness to fail until the right idea emerged. Yet even as his professional life flourished, Jobs faced another, more personal challenge: his health. In 2003, he was diagnosed with a rare form of pancreatic cancer. It was a moment that forced him to confront his own mortality, to ask what truly mattered. He resisted conventional treatment at first, seeking alternative therapies, but eventually underwent surgery. The experience deepened his understanding of life's fragility, of the preciousness of time. When he returned to Apple after his recovery, there was a new urgency in his work, a sharper focus. He knew he might not have decades left. And so he poured himself into the projects that would define his legacy: the iPad, the App Store, the very way we interact with technology today. Even as his body weakened, his mind remained restless, always searching for the next breakthrough, the next way to make the world a little more beautiful. Through all of this, Jobs learned that setbacks were not endings, but turns in the road. Being fired from Apple taught him the value of humility, of starting over with fresh eyes. The struggles at NI, XD, and Pixar taught him patience, the importance of believing in an idea, even when the world doubted it. His illness taught him that time was not infinite, that every moment was a gift to be used wisely. And so, as you rest here tonight, let these lessons settle softly into your thoughts. Life, like the tide, has its ebbs and flows. There will be moments of triumph, yes, but also moments of loss, of doubt, of waiting in the dark. And yet, just as the dawn always follows the night, so too can new beginnings rise from the ashes of what once seemed lost. Steve Jobs' story is a reminder that obstacles are not walls, but stepping stones, that the most brilliant ideas often come from the deepest struggles, that even in the face of failure, there is always a way forward, if only we have the courage to take the next step. So breathe deeply now and let your mind drift. Imagine for a moment that every challenge you faced has been shaping you, preparing you for something greater. Just as the river smooths the stone over time, so too do our trials refine us, polish us, until we shine with the wisdom of all we've endured. And as sleep draws near, remember this: the same resilience that carried Steve Jobs through his darkest hours lives within you too. Quiet, unshakable, waiting for the moment when you'll need it most. Rest now and trust that whatever comes, you, like he, will find your way. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Few people know that Steve Jobs, the man who revolutionized technology with sleek, minimalist designs, had an unexpected soft spot for the messy, imperfect beauty of handwritten letters. In the quiet hours of the evening, long after the buzz of Apple's offices had faded, he would sometimes sit at his kitchen table with a fountain pen and smooth, heavy paper, carefully composing notes to friends and colleagues. There was something about the deliberate slowness of ink meeting paper that soothed him, a contrast to the rapid-fire world of microprocessors and product launches. He believed handwriting carried a piece of the writer's soul in its curves and flourishes, something no digital font could replicate. Then there was his love of walking, not the brisk, goal-oriented strides of a busy executive, but slow, meandering walks where he would notice the way sunlight filtered through leaves, or the texture of tree bark beneath his fingers. He often wandered barefoot, even in the gardens of his own home, feeling the coolness of grass or the roughness of stone pathways. These walks were where some of his best ideas took shape, unspooling gently in his mind, like threads being pulled from a spool. He once told a close friend that he solved more problems pacing quietly under the shade of an oak tree than in any boardroom. Few would guess that Jobs, a man synonymous with cutting-edge technology, also had a deep appreciation for the analog world. He loved the warm crackle of vinyl records, the weight of a well-bound book in his hands, the ritual of brewing loose-leaf tea in a ceramic pot. There was a small, hidden corner of his office where he kept a collection of antique calligraphy tools, a hobby he had picked up during a trip to Japan. The precision and artistry of the strokes fascinated him, and he would sometimes spend hours practicing kanji characters, losing himself in the rhythm of brush against paper. Music, too, was a private passion that ran deeper than most realized. While he famously partnered with musicians and shaped the digital music industry, his personal tastes were eclectic and deeply personal. He had an abiding love for Bob Dylan, not just for the lyrics, but for the raw, unfiltered emotion in Dylan's voice. Late at night, he would sometimes play Blowin' in the Wind on an old guitar he kept in his study, strumming softly, lost in thought. He wasn't a skilled musician by any means, but that didn't matter. It was the act of playing, of losing himself in the music, that brought him peace. Another little-known fact was his fascination with architecture, not just as an aesthetic pursuit, but as a deeply spiritual one. He once spent an entire afternoon sitting in silence inside the Rothko Chapel in Houston, letting the play of light and shadow on the walls wash over him. He believed buildings could shape human emotion just as much as a piece of music or a well-designed product. His own home, though sleek and modern, was filled with carefully chosen textures, rough-hewn wood, hand-woven rugs, stones worn smooth by time, each element placed to create a sense of harmony and quietude. Perhaps one of the most surprising contradictions in Jobs' character was his tenderness with animals. He had a soft spot for stray dogs and would often stop to pet them during his walks, sometimes even bringing them home temporarily until he could find them proper care. There's a story, seldom told, of him once spending an entire evening sitting on the floor with a nervous rescue dog, patiently waiting for it to trust him enough to take a treat from his hand. That same relentless focus he applied to business. He could also turn into quiet, unwavering patience when it came to creatures in need. And then there was cooking, a skill he rarely showcased, but deeply enjoyed. He had a particular fondness for simple, rustic dishes, especially those he had learned from his adoptive mother, Clara. Her homemade apple pies, made with fruit from their backyard, remained his favorite dessert long into adulthood. On rare occasions, he would cook for close friends, preparing meals with the same meticulous attention to detail he brought to product design. A perfectly roasted chicken, a salad with just the right balance of acidity and sweetness. These were small acts of creativity that brought him joy outside the spotlight. His relationship with silence was another layer few understood. While he could command a stage with his magnetic presence, he also cherished moments of absolute stillness. He practiced meditation long before it became a mainstream trend, sitting quietly in the early morning hours, focusing on his breath. Those who knew him well said he had an almost uncanny ability to sit in silence with others, never feeling the need to fill the space with words. It was in these pauses, these breaths between thoughts, that he often found clarity. Even his legendary intensity had a softer side. He could be fiercely demanding, yes, but he also had a dry, unexpected sense of humor that caught people off guard. He loved clever wordplay, often scribbling puns in the margins of notes during meetings. It was a small gesture, but it spoke to his understanding of the human need for relief, for moments of levity amid the pressure. These quieter, lesser-known aspects of Steve Jobs reveal a man who was far more layered than the tech visionary the world often remembers. He was someone who found beauty in imperfections, who sought balance between innovation and tradition, who understood that the most profound ideas often come not from relentless pushing, but from allowing space for thought, for stillness, for the unexpected. So as you drift toward sleep, think of him not just as the man who changed the world with a click or a swipe, but as someone who also paused to watch the sunset, who found joy in the scratch of a pen on paper, who knew that sometimes the deepest wisdom comes in the quietest moments. And just as he found his way by embracing both the fierce and the gentle sides of himself, may you too find comfort in the balance of your own contradictions, your own hidden depths. Rest now, and let the quiet parts of you rise to the surface, just as they did in him. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Steve Jobs was born in the winter of 1955, in a world still trembling from the aftershocks of war. The globe was slowly stitching itself back together, nations rebuilding, borders shifting, and a quiet hum of optimism beginning to rise. America, in particular, was entering a golden age of industry and invention, where factories churned out cars and appliances, and the middle class swelled with new possibilities. But beneath the surface, something deeper was stirring, a restlessness, a questioning of the old ways, a hunger for something more meaningful than the polished chrome and neatly trimmed lawns of the post-war dream. It was the dawn of the counterculture, a time when young people began to turn away from the rigid structures of their parents' world. They sought freedom, not just in politics, but in thought, in art, in the very way they lived. The beat poets whispered their rebellious verses in smoky coffee houses, and folk singers strummed songs of protest and hope. The civil rights movement was gaining momentum, its leaders speaking in voices that would not be silenced. Their words carried on radio waves into living rooms across the country and in the quiet suburbs of California, where jobs would grow up. The first stirrings of the tech revolution were just beginning. A soft hum of electricity and possibility. By the time Jobs was a teenager, the world had shifted again. The Vietnam War raged on television screens, its horrors impossible to ignore. Protests filled the streets, and the air was thick with the scent of burning draft cards and incense. The summer of love had come and gone, leaving behind a generation disillusioned with materialism, but still searching for something to believe in. And in this ferment of ideas, Jobs found his own path, not through activism, but through the quiet magic of machines. He had always been drawn to the intersection of technology and art, a place where circuits and creativity met. As a boy, he tinkered in his garage, taking apart radios and reassembling them, not just to see how they worked, but to see how they could be made better. He was fascinated by calligraphy, by the way letters flowed across a page, their curves and lines carrying meaning beyond mere words. Later, he would credit this love of design, of beauty, in function to those early days when the world seemed full of hidden connections waiting to be discovered. The 1970s brought even more change. The oil crisis sent shockwaves through the economy, forcing people to reconsider their dependence on fossil fuels, on big corporations, on the idea that progress meant ever bigger and ever faster. The environmental movement took root, urging a return to simplicity, to harmony with nature. And in a small garage in Los Altos, Jobs and his friend Steve Wozniak began building a machine that would change everything. The personal computer was still a radical idea back then. Computers were hulking beasts, locked away in corporate basements or university labs, tended by men in white coats. The idea that an ordinary person might own one, might use it to write a letter or balance a checkbook, seemed absurd. But Jobs and Wozniak saw something else, a tool for creativity, for individuality, for bringing power back to the people. Their first machine, the Apple I, was little more than a circuit board, but it carried within it the seed of a revolution. The late 70s and early 80s were a time of contrasts. Disco glittered and faded, punk rock snarled in the underground, and the first home video game consoles beeped their way into living rooms. The Cold War loomed large, with its threat of nuclear annihilation. But there was also a growing sense that technology might save us, might connect us in ways previously unimaginable. When Apple went public in 1980, it was more than just a business milestone. It was a signal that the future was arriving, and it belonged to the dreamers, the misfits, the ones who saw the world differently. Jobs himself embodied these contradictions. He was a businessman who practiced Zen meditation, a perfectionist who who embraced the beauty of flaws, a visionary who could be brutally demanding, yet disarmingly kind in unexpected moments. He pushed his teams to their limits, but he also understood the value of stepping back, of allowing ideas to breathe. He knew that true innovation didn't come from rushing, but from patience, from waiting for the right moment, the right design, the right feeling. As the 90s dawned, the world was changing yet again. The Berlin Wall fell, and with it, the old divisions of East and West. The internet, once a tool for academics and the military, began its slow creep into everyday life and jobs. After a turbulent departure from Apple, found himself adrift, searching for his next act. He dabbled in animation, buying a little-known studio called Pixar, where artists and technologists worked side by side to create something entirely new. He returned to Apple in 1997, not as a conquering hero, but as a humbled leader, ready to rebuild what had been lost. The turn of the millennium brought with it both fear and wonder. Y2K anxieties gave way to the reality of a connected world, where information moved at the speed of light. The iPod, the iPhone, the iPad, each of these devices seemed to arrive at just the right moment, answering a need people hadn't even known they had. But behind every sleek design, every intuitive interface, was Jobs' insistence that technology should feel human, that it should be an extension of ourselves, not a barrier. And so, as you drift toward sleep, think of all these layers: the post-war optimism, the rebellious 60s, the uncertain 70s, the digital revolution of the 80s and 90s, the connected world we live in now. Each era shaped Jobs, just as he, in turn, shaped them. He was a product of his time, yet also ahead of it, always listening for the next whisper of the future. But remember, too, the quieter moments, the way he paused to admire the curve of a font, the way he laughed at a well-turned phrase, the way he knew that sometimes the most powerful ideas come not from force, but from stillness. The world will always remember him as a titan of industry, but he was also just a man who loved the weight of a well-made object in his hand, the sound of a pen on paper, the simple pleasure of a sunset. So let yourself sink into that same stillness now. Let the past and the future blur together, just as they did for him. The world moves fast, but sleep comes slow, and in the quiet between, there is space for dreams, for the ideas that haven't yet been born, for the connections waiting to be made. Rest well, and may your thoughts drift as gently as his did between what was and what might yet be. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Steve Jobs didn't just build devices. He reshaped culture, quietly and profoundly, like a river smoothing stones over time. His influence began in the hum of a garage, where wires and dreams tangled together, and rippled outward into the way people live, work, and even think. He made technology personal, not just functional. The tools he helped create weren't just tools. They became extensions of the self, woven into the fabric of daily life. Think of the way music changed because of him. Before the iPod, music was something you carried in bulky cases of CDs or cassettes, a physical weight. But with that sleek little device, suddenly thousands of songs could live in your pocket, light as a breath. It wasn't just convenience, it was a shift in how people experienced sound. Playlists became personal soundtracks, shuffling songs like shuffling memories. The iPod didn't just play music, it made music mobile, intimate, a companion for walks, commutes, late nights. And then came the iTunes Store, which didn't just sell songs, but reshaped the entire music industry, making albums digital long before streaming took hold. Musicians had to adapt. Listeners had new power, and the rhythm of culture adjusted to this new beat. Then there were phones. Before the iPhone, a phone was for calls, maybe texts, perhaps a grappy game of Snake if you were lucky. But Jobs stood on stage in 2007 and showed the world a slab of glass that could be a map, a camera, a library, a portal to the world. It wasn't the first smartphone, but it was the first that felt like magic. Suddenly, everyone had the internet in their hands, all the time. Social media, which had been something you checked at a computer, became something you carried everywhere. Relationships changed, texting, photos, video calls, all effortless. The way people shared their lives, the way they documented moments, even the way they waited in line or sat in cafes. All of it shifted. The iPhone didn't just change technology, it changed behavior, attention, expectation. And then there were the computers. From the first Macintosh in 1984, with its friendly smile and revolutionary mouse, Jobs insisted that machines should be intuitive, even joyful. Before that, computers were for experts, people who spoke in code and commands. It had fonts, it had graphics, it had a sense of play. That idea, that technology should serve people, not the other way around, became Apple's creed. Decades later, when Jobs returned to Apple and introduced the iMac in candy-like colors, it wasn't just a computer, it was a statement. Technology could be beautiful, something you'd want in your home, not hidden away. That philosophy spread. Other companies began to care about design, about user experience, about the emotional resonance of their products. The tech world became softer, sleeker, more human. Jobs also changed the way people present ideas. His keynote speeches weren't just product launches, they were performances, masterclasses in anticipation. He understood the power of the reveal, the weight of a pause. One more thing became a cultural catchphrase, a promise of surprise. He didn't just sell gadgets, he sold stories, visions of the future. And in doing so, he raised the bar for how companies communicate. Today, every tech presentation borrows something from his stagecraft, the simplicity, the drama, the belief that what you're selling isn't just a thing, but a new way of living. But perhaps his most lasting impact was subtler, quieter. Jobs believed in the intersection of technology and the humanities, in the idea that great innovation happens where science meets art. He cared about fonts because they carried feeling. He obsessed over the curve of a laptop because beauty mattered. He made engineers and designers work side by side, insisting that function and form were inseparable. That philosophy, that technology should elevate, not just facilitate, became his legacy. It's why Apple stores feel like galleries, why their packaging unfolds like a ritual, why their devices have a certain weight in the hand. He made people expect more from the machines in their lives. Public perception of Jobs shifted over time, like shadows lengthening in the afternoon. In the early days, he was the wunderkind, the rebel who challenged IBM's monochrome empire. Then, after his ousting from Apple, he became the fallen prince, the visionary who lost his throne. But his return in the late 90s began a second act that turned him into something else, a guru, a perfectionist, the man who saved Apple and then changed the world. Critics called him mercurial, even tyrannical. But fans saw a prophet, someone who refused to accept mediocrity. Over time, the myth grew, polished by success and sealed by his untimely death. Now he exists in the cultural imagination as both man and symbol, the archetype of the genius, flawed but brilliant, relentless but inspired. His influence lingers in small, everyday ways, the way people swipe a screen, the way they expect devices to work without manuals, the way they think about design as something that should delight, not just function. He made technology feel personal, emotional, even spiritual. And in doing so, he helped shape a world where the line between human and machine is softer, more blurred, but beyond the products and the keynotes, beyond the billions of devices sold, Jobs left behind a quieter idea that creativity is discipline, that simplicity is hard won, that the best things are made with both passion and patience. He showed that innovation isn't just about newness, but about depth, about caring deeply until every detail hums in harmony. So, as you drift toward sleep, think of how his fingerprints are everywhere, in the phone by your bedside, in the music you might play to unwind, in the way you take for granted that a machine should understand you, not the other way around. The world moves differently because he was in it. And though he's gone, the ideas he set in motion continue, like ripples in a pond, spreading outward gently, endlessly. Now let your thoughts settle, as his once did, in the space between what is and what could be. The future is still unwritten, still waiting for the next dreamer to pick up the pen. Rest easy, and may your dreams be as bold, as quiet, as full of possibility as his were. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. Imagine, as you settle into the quiet of the night, a young Steve Jobs, barely out of high school, wandering through the lush fields of an apple orchard in Oregon. This was Reed College, where he had enrolled, but soon dropped out. Though he never really left, he stayed on, sleeping on friends' floors, collecting Coke bottles to trade for food, and attending classes that intrigued him: calligraphy, dance, philosophy. It was here that he first learned about the beauty of typefaces, the elegance of serif and sans serif fonts, spacing and proportion. He had no idea at the time that this seemingly aimless study would one day shape the way every computer in the world displayed text. Years later, when designing the Macintosh, he insisted on multiple fonts, something unheard of in early personal computing. That attention to detail, that insistence on beauty in the unseen, came from those quiet days in Oregon, where curiosity was his only curriculum. Then there was the time, years later, when Jobs was ousted from Apple, the company he had co-founded. It was a painful chapter, one that might have crushed a lesser spirit. But instead, he began anew, quietly building two ventures, NeXT and Pixar. At Pixar, he nurtured a fledgling animation studio, pouring his own money into it when others doubted. He didn't just fund it, he believed in it. Even when the technology was slow, the progress uneven. And then came Toy Story, the first fully computer-animated feature film, a project that took years of patience, trial, and error. When it finally premiered, it changed movies forever. Jobs, ever the perfectionist, had sat through countless late-night editing sessions, pushing the team to make it better, to make it timeless. He understood that great things take time, that real innovation is not just about speed, but depth. One of the lesser-known stories about Jobs involves a simple walk. He had a habit of holding meetings while strolling, whether around Apple's campus or along the quiet streets of Palo Alto. Walking, he believed, freed the mind, made conversations flow more naturally. One afternoon, he was walking with a young designer, discussing the look of a new product. Jobs stopped suddenly, picked up a leaf from the ground, and held it up. "Look at this," he said. "See how the veins branch out, how the edges curve just slightly. That's nature's design. It's perfect." That moment, so small and unrecorded, captures his philosophy that the best designs feel inevitable, as though they've always existed, waiting to be discovered. Even in his personal life, Jobs carried this same quiet intensity. He was a man of few possessions, believing that clutter distracted from what truly mattered. His home was sparsely furnished, with just a few carefully chosen things: a Tiffany lamp, a pair of Leica cameras, a Bose sound system. He wore the same black turtleneck, jeans, and New Balance sneakers every day, not out of indifference, but to eliminate unnecessary decisions. He wanted his mind clear for the things that mattered. Once, when a friend visited, Jobs served tea in delicate porcelain cups. The friend, nervous, fumbled and nearly dropped one. Jobs just smiled and said, That's why they're beautiful. And then there was the launch of the first iPhone, a moment that seems inevitable now, but was anything but at the time. Behind the scenes, the device was plagued with problems. The touchscreen often froze. The battery life was unreliable. The software crashed. Jobs, as usual, refused to compromise. He pushed the team relentlessly, demanding fixes, often staying late into the night reviewing code. And they didn't. When the iPhone finally debuted, it wasn't just a product, it was a revolution. But what few remember is the quiet persistence behind it. The thousands of unseen hours where Jobs and his team agonized over every pixel, every interaction, until it felt like magic. In his final years, even as illness took its toll, Jobs remained consumed by work. He would sit in his home office, sketching ideas for Apple's future, a campus shaped like a spaceship, a watch that could monitor your health, a car that drove itself. Some of these ideas became reality, others remain dreams. But what lingers is the way he thought, the way he saw the world not as it was, but as it could be. On the day he passed, the lights on the Apple logo at their Cupertino headquarters were dimmed. Employees left flowers, notes, and yes, even apples. But the real tribute was in the work that continued. The ideas still unfolding, the quiet belief that the best was always yet to come. So as you drift toward sleep, think of these small moments: the calligraphy class, the leaf on the ground, the porcelain cup, the late-night coding sessions. They remind us that greatness is often built in quiet, unseen places, in the patience to get it right, in the willingness to care deeply about things others might overlook. And in that quiet, there is a kind of peace, a reassurance that the world moves forward not just in leaps, but in small, deliberate steps. Rest well, knowing that the same spirit of curiosity and care lives on in the devices around you, in the stories yet to be told, in the dreams still taking shape. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the quiet of his later years, Steve Jobs moved through the world with a kind of deliberate slowness, as if each step, each thought, had to be measured against the weight of time. His home in Palo Alto became a sanctuary of ideas, a place where the future was still being drawn in pencil sketches and late-night musings. The illness that had shadowed him for years never fully dimmed his vision. Instead, it sharpened his focus, distilled his priorities. He would sit for hours in his garden, surrounded by the scent of blooming flowers, turning over ideas in his mind like smooth stones, each one examined, polished, held up to the light. One of his last great projects was Apple Park, the sprawling campus shaped like a spaceship, a place where glass and steel curved seamlessly into the landscape. He obsessed over every detail, from the type of wood used in the desks to the way sunlight would filter through the panes at different times of day. He wanted it to feel alive, a place where creativity could breathe. In his mind, it wasn't just an office, it was a statement, a physical manifestation of Apple's ethos. Beauty married to function, simplicity hiding immense complexity. When he walked the construction site, his footsteps echoing in the unfinished halls, he could already see it filled with people, with ideas, with the hum of something extraordinary. Then there was the Apple Watch, a device he envisioned as more than just a gadget. He saw it as an extension of the body, something that could whisper secrets about your health, gently nudging you toward better habits. He wanted it to feel personal, intimate, like a piece of jewelry that just happened to hold the future inside. The team worked tirelessly, refining the design, smoothing the edges, ensuring that every interaction felt effortless. When it finally launched, it was met with curiosity, then admiration, then something deeper, reliance. People began wearing it not just to tell time, but to track their heartbeats, to remind them to breathe, to connect them to the world in quieter, more meaningful ways. But not all of his dreams made it into the world. There were sketches of a car, sleek and silent, that could navigate the streets without a driver. He imagined it as a sanctuary on wheels, a place where you could think or rest or simply watch the world go by. The idea was bold, almost whimsical, but in his mind, it was inevitable. He would talk about it in hushed tones, his eyes alight with possibility. He would say, the project never reached fruition in his lifetime, but the notebooks he left behind are filled with drawings, equations, fragments of a vision that still lingers in the air like a half-remembered dream. As his health declined, he spent more time at home, surrounded by his family, his books, his music. He would sit by the window, watching the trees sway in the breeze, and think about the arc of his life, the early days in the garage with Woz, the fiery battles at Apple, the years in exile, building Knee XD and Pixar, the triumphant return. It all felt like chapters in a story that was still being written. Even as the pages grew thinner, he rarely spoke of legacy. That was for others to define. What mattered to him was the work, the doing, the making. When he passed, the world paused for a moment. The lights at Apple's headquarters dimmed, not in mourning, but in reverence. Employees gathered outside, some crying, some silent, all carrying the weight of what had been lost. They left notes, flowers, drawings, tiny offerings to a man who had shaped their lives in ways they were still discovering. In the days that followed, tributes poured in from every corner of the globe, but the most poignant were the simplest. A child drawing on an iPad, a student coding her first app, a musician composing on a MacBook. These were the real monuments, the living proof of his influence. In the years since, Apple has continued to evolve, each new product carrying traces of his philosophy. The iPhone grew thinner, faster, more intuitive, but the soul of it, the insistence that technology should feel human, remained unchanged. The AirPods, tiny and unassuming, became ubiquitous, a feat of engineering so seamless that people forgot they were wearing them. The iPad transformed how we read, how we create, how we imagine. His legacy is not just in the devices, but in the way they are used, the way a filmmaker edits a movie on an iPad, the way a doctor monitors a patient's vitals with an Apple Watch, the way a grandparent sees their grandchild's face for the first time over FaceTime. These moments, small and scattered, are the real testament to his vision. He didn't just build tools, he built bridges between people, between ideas, between the present and the future. And so, as you lie here, wrapped in the quiet of the night, think of the threads that connect us all, the invisible lines of code, the whispered conversations across continents, the way a single idea can ripple outward, changing everything in its path. Steve Jobs' life was a reminder that the world is malleable, that with enough patience, enough care, enough stubborn belief in what could be, even the wildest dreams can take shape. Rest now, knowing that the same curiosity that drove him lives on in the devices at your fingertips, in the stories yet to unfold, in the quiet hum of the world moving forward, one deliberate step at a time. The future is still being written, and somewhere in the silence between thoughts, the next great idea is waiting to be born. Sleep well and dream of what's possible. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Steve Jobs' legacy is like a quiet current, always moving beneath the surface of our daily lives, shaping the way we think, create, and connect. Even now, years after his passing, his fingerprints remain on the world, not just in the sleek devices we hold, but in the very rhythm of how we interact with technology, with each other, and with our own potential. His vision was never about the gadgets themselves, but about what they could unlock in people. And today, that vision continues to unfold in ways both subtle and profound, carried forward by those who were inspired by his relentless pursuit of beauty, simplicity, and human connection. Think of the classrooms where children learn to code on iPads, their small fingers tracing lines of logic that will one day build the next great app or solve a problem no one has yet imagined. Think of the artists who sketch on tablets, blending tradition with innovation, their canvases limitless and portable. Think of the doctors in remote villages, diagnosing patients through an iPhone's camera, bridging distances that once seemed insurmountable. These are the quiet revolutions, the ones that don't make headlines, but change lives all the same. Jobs' belief that technology should serve humanity, not the other way around, has become a guiding principle for a new generation of inventors, educators, and dreamers. Some of those dreamers have taken his ideas and stretched them further, reimagining what's possible. Elon Musk, for instance, with his insistence on elegant design and seamless user experience in Tesla's cars, carries echoes of Jobs' obsession with perfection. The way a Tesla's touchscreen feels intuitive, almost effortless, is a nod to the philosophy that technology should disappear into the background, leaving only the magic of its function, even in fields far removed from consumer electronics. Jobs' influence lingers. Startups today speak of delighting the user, of crafting not just products, but experiences, a language that Apple helped write. Then there are those who have challenged his legacy, questioning whether the very tools he created have become too pervasive, too entwined with our attention. Writers like Cal Newport argue for digital minimalism, urging us to step back from the constant pull of notifications and screens. Yet even this critique is, in a way, a continuation of the conversation Jobs began. He often spoke of technology as a bicycle for the mind, a tool to amplify human potential. The debate now is about how to ride that bicycle without losing sight of the world beyond it. And so, his legacy evolves, not as a fixed doctrine, but as a living dialogue about how we navigate the future. Institutions, too, have been shaped by his ethos, the design schools that teach students to marry form and function, the tech incubators that prize bold ideas over incremental improvements, the companies that prioritize storytelling in their marketing. All of them owe a debt to the way Jobs framed the act of creation. Apple's own campus in Cupertino, a ring of glass and steel nestled in acres of greenery, stands as a physical testament to his belief that environment matters, that beauty and inspiration are not luxuries, but necessities for great work. And then there are the quieter, more personal ways his influence lingers. The entrepreneur who starts small, believing that even the most audacious project begins with a single step. The teacher who encourages students to think differently, to see mistakes as part of the process. The parent who records their child's first steps on an iPhone, preserving a moment that once might have been lost to memory. These are the fragments of his legacy, scattered like stars across the sky, each one a small light in the vast darkness. As you lie here, let your mind drift over these connections, these threads that weave through time. The world moves forward, but certain ideas remain: the insistence that things can be better, the faith that simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, the understanding that technology, at its best, brings us closer to one another. Jobs' life was a reminder that the future doesn't just happen. It's made piece by piece by those who dare to imagine it. And now, as sleep gently pulls you under, remember that the same curiosity that fueled his journey lives on in the devices beside your bed, in the ideas taking shape in minds around the world, in the quiet hum of the night. The story isn't over. It's simply waiting for the next chapter to be written. So close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let yourself dream of what's possible. The future is still unfolding, one peaceful breath at a time. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. The story of Steve Jobs, like many legends, has been polished over time, smoothed into shapes that are easier to hold onto, myths that simplify the man into a symbol rather than a person. It's natural, this tendency to turn complex lives into neat narratives. But the truth, as always, is richer, quieter, and far more interesting. As you settle into the soft embrace of sleep, let's gently unravel some of these myths, not to correct or criticize, but to restore the texture of a life that was as messy and human as any other. One of the most persistent myths is that Steve Jobs was a lone genius, a solitary visionary who conjured his ideas from thin air. The image of him on stage, bathed in the glow of a new product, reinforces this idea, as if the iPhone or the Macintosh sprang fully formed from his mind alone. But the reality was far more collaborative. Think of the quiet hum of Apple's early offices, the late-night conversations with Steve Wozniak, the engineers who translated his visions into circuits and code. Jobs had an extraordinary ability to see the big picture, to push others toward excellence. But he didn't build anything alone. The magic happened in the spaces between people, in the back and forth of ideas, in the moments when someone else's insight sparked his own. Then there's the myth of the perfectionist, the man who demanded impossible standards and refused to compromise. It's true that Jobs was exacting, even ruthless, in his pursuit of what he considered right. But this wasn't simply about control for its own sake. His insistence on simplicity, on elegance, came from a deeper place, a belief that technology should feel intuitive, almost inevitable. This wasn't mere stubbornness. It was a philosophy, a conviction that people deserved tools that felt like extensions of themselves. And yet, even this drive had its shadows. The same intensity that created beautiful products could also leave bruised feelings in its wake, a reminder that brilliance and imperfection often walk hand in hand. Another common misunderstanding is that Jobs was always ahead of his time, that he somehow knew exactly what people wanted before they did. The truth is messier, more human. There were missteps, products that failed, ideas that didn't land. The Apple Lisa, for instance, was expensive and slow, a lesson in the dangers of overambition. Even the first iPhone, now remembered as a revolution, was met with skepticism by some who wondered why anyone would need a phone without a keyboard. Jobs wasn't a prophet, he was a learner, someone who iterated, who adjusted, who sometimes got it wrong before he got it right. This is the quieter, more comforting truth behind innovation. It's not about being perfect from the start, but about listening, adapting, and moving forward. Perhaps the most oversimplified part of his story is the idea that he was always confident, always certain of his path. The reality, as those close to him knew, was far more nuanced. There were moments of doubt, of fear, of wondering whether he was on the right track. When he was ousted from Apple in 1985, it wasn't just a professional setback. It was a personal wound, a deep questioning of his identity. The years that followed, building Knee XD and Pixar, were kind of wandering, a search for meaning outside the company he had helped create. And when he returned to Apple in 1997, it wasn't as a conquering hero, but as someone who had been humbled, who had learned from his mistakes. This, too, is part of his legacy, not just the triumphs, but the stumbles, the quiet resilience of starting over. Even the way we remember his leadership style has been smoothed into caricature. The famous reality distortion field, the term coined by his colleagues to describe his ability to convince people of the impossible, is often framed as sheer charisma. But those who worked with him knew it was more than that. It was a combination of passion, persuasion, and an almost childlike belief that things could be better. He didn't just demand greatness, he made people believe they were capable of it. And yet, this same quality could be exhausting, even demoralizing, for those who couldn't keep up. The full picture isn't one of uncomplicated inspiration, but of a leader who could lift people up and wear them down, sometimes in the same breath. Then there's the myth of the dropout, who didn't need formal education to succeed. While it's true that Jobs left Reed College after just 6 months, he never really stopped learning. His time auditing calligraphy classes, for instance, would later influence the Mac's typography. He devoured books, sought out mentors, and remained endlessly curious. The lesson here isn't that school doesn't matter, but that learning can happen anywhere, in a college lecture hall, in a garage, in the pages of a book. His education was unconventional, but it was never absent. Even his relationship with money is often misunderstood. Jobs was certainly driven by a desire to build great things, but he was also acutely aware of the value of wealth, not just as a measure of success, but as a tool. When he returned to Apple, he famously took a salary of $1 a year, not out of altruism, but to align his interests with the company's long-term health. He understood that money could be a means, not just an end, a way to fund the next big idea. This subtle distinction is often lost in the simpler tales of rags to riches success. And then there are the quieter, more personal myths. The idea that he was always on, always the visionary, even in private. Those who knew him best remember a man who could be playful, who loved Bob Dylan and the Beatles, who found joy in simple things like walking barefoot or sharing a meal. He wasn't a machine, endlessly churning out ideas. He was a person who needed downtime, who had flaws, who sometimes just wanted to laugh. These small, ordinary moments are easy to overlook in the grand narrative, but they're the threads that make up a life, the quiet counterpoint to the louder achievements. As sleep draws nearer, let these nuances settle over you like a soft blanket. The real Steve Jobs wasn't a myth or a legend, but a man brilliant, flawed, endlessly fascinating. His story isn't diminished by its complexities, it's deepened by them. And in that depth, there's a gentle reassurance that even those who change the world are human, that greatness isn't about being perfect, but about being persistent, curious, and unafraid to learn as you go. So tonight, as you drift toward dreams, let go of the simplified versions. Imagine instead the real person, the one who doubted, who collaborated, who failed and tried again. And remember that your own story, with all its twists and turns, is just as rich, just as worthy of being told. The future, after all, is still unfolding, one peaceful breath at a time. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. Steve Jobs left this world as he had lived in it, intensely, passionately, and on his own terms. But beyond the keynotes, the product launches, and the seismic shifts in technology, his legacy lingers in quieter ways, woven into the fabric of everyday life. Think of the way a song plays seamlessly from your pocket to your speakers, how a photograph taken on a whim can be shared with loved ones across oceans in an instant, or how entire industries were reshaped by his insistence that design should serve humanity, not the other way around. These are not just innovations. They are echoes of a mind that refused to accept the world as it was, always believing it could be better. Yet, for all the grand achievements, his story is also one of imperfection, a reminder that brilliance and struggle often walk hand in hand. He was fired from the company he founded, only to return years later and save it from the brink of irrelevance. He clashed with colleagues, pushed people to their limits, and sometimes let his intensity overshadow his empathy. But those who worked closely with him also speak of his ability to inspire, to make them believe in the impossible, to see potential where others saw only dead ends. His greatest gift may not have been his vision alone, but his ability to make others see it too. Today, his influence is everywhere, yet invisible, like the air we breathe, the sleek devices that fill our homes, the way we interact with technology, even the expectation that machines should feel intuitive. These are all testaments to his philosophy, but beyond the products, his ideas continue to ripple outward. The notion that art and science should intersect, that beauty matters in the functional, that simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. These principles have transcended Apple, shaping design, education, and even the way we think about creativity itself. Perhaps the most enduring part of his legacy is the permission he gave others to think differently. He proved that rebellion, when paired with purpose, could change the world, that a college dropout with no formal training in engineering or design could redefine entire industries. That curiosity, when nurtured, could lead anywhere. His life was a testament to the power of staying hungry, staying foolish, as he once urged a graduating class at Stanford. Those words, spoken in his signature measured tone, have since become a mantra for dreamers and doers alike. But how is he remembered now, over a decade after his passing? Not as a distant icon, but as a man whose contradictions make him all the more real. The visionary who loved calligraphy, the billionaire who drove the same car for years, the perfectionist who knew the value of iteration. People still visit his childhood home in Los Altos, not to marvel at where he began, but to ponder how ordinary origins can give rise to extraordinary lives. His story is told in boardrooms and classrooms, in documentaries and biographies, but also in quiet moments when someone swipes a screen with effortless ease, or when a piece of technology feels less like a tool and more like an extension of thought. In the end, his life was not just about what he built, but about what he believed. That technology should serve humanity, not dominate it. That the best ideas often come from the intersection of disciplines. That passion, above all, is the fuel for greatness. These are not just lessons for entrepreneurs or designers. They are gentle reminders for anyone trying to carve their own path. And so, as the night deepens and your thoughts grow softer, let the story of Steve Jobs settle over you like a quiet exhale. A man of fire and focus, yes, but also of curiosity, of second chances, of ordinary joys. His legacy is not just in the devices we hold, but in the idea that each of us is capable of leaving a mark, however small, however fleeting, on the world around us. Now, let your breathing slow, your muscles relax. Imagine for a moment the weightlessness of an idea taking shape, the hush of inspiration just before it blooms. The future is still unwritten, and the next great story, perhaps even yours, is waiting to unfold. But for tonight, let go of all that. Drift into the quiet, where dreams are born, where even the grandest legacies begin with nothing more than a single thought, a single breath. Sleep well, and may your rest be as deep and boundless as the possibilities that await when you wake.